边有翻译机的那个耳麦和机器可以借，然后如果有贵宾还没有去借口语翻译机的话，可以拿证件去外面右手边的柜台借。好，各位贵宾，大家好。我是今天的司仪，海洋大学的郭庭君助理教授。欢迎各位贵宾今天来到第4届亚太区域水下文化资产研讨会。在我们正式开始之前，再次提醒一下在场的贵宾，我们有提供中英文的口译翻译机。如果您还没有去取用的话，可以在外面出口右手边的地方凭证件借用口译翻译机。那翻译机的0频道是中文，1频道是英文，请各位可以先试用看看。好，那因为时间的关系，我们差不多要准备开始了。OK， 好。那再次感谢欢迎大家来到参加今天第4届亚太区域水下文化资产研讨会。在我们会议开始之前，我们首先要邀请到文化部萧宗煌政务次长来为我们大家说几句话。谢谢。次长，你这边请。哦，好，也可以。
好，今天非常高兴可以来参加第4届，这怎么亚太区域水下文化资产研讨会，对不起，英文是怎么简称？APCO。好，那我们国立海洋大学许泰文校长，林正平主任秘书，黄志清主任，那还有我们简连贵主任，也是我们中华水下文化资产协会的理事长。那另外国立海洋科技博物馆陈树文馆长。还有我们 APACOM 国际学术研讨会 Bill Jeffrey 代表，跟所有的贵宾，大家早安，大家好。在我开始之前的话，就是我们讲个小故事哈。在16世纪，欧洲人他们路过台湾的东海岸，然后他们看到一个美丽的小岛，所以他们这个小岛到底多大多小还不清楚，所以他们就称呼它福尔摩沙美丽之岛。那在1926年的时候，西班牙人从三貂角在5月11号的时候从三貂角登陆，然后进入到基隆的和平岛建立了圣萨尔瓦多城那开始了跟台湾的一个连结。 那另外的话，在1884年侵华战争，基隆这边的话是一个侵华战争的一个战场，古战场。那在1895年，清朝把台湾割让给日本，所以日本在1895年的5月29号从基隆的后面澳底登陆，那6月3号进攻到基隆，作为日本殖民政府在台湾在台湾实证的第一个据点。那这些事情诉说着台湾这一块岛屿，我们经历了个史前大航海时代，然后荷西，然后清领，当然跟法国也有渊源，然后日治，到了民国。那在这样的一个过程里面，包括基隆港的开发，跟整个台湾的历史跟经济发展息息相关，所以基隆这一块岛屿在大航海时代已经耀基全世界的地图，所以我们今天在这个地方，在基隆，甚至在基隆的海洋大学办理这样的一个研讨会，基本上来讲是冥冥中注定的，就是它是一个必然的一个结果，所以今天非常感谢各位的光临。那我记得我刚有看到邱文燕老师，他长期也关注我们海洋文化，还有各位看起来熟悉的朋友，但是都戴着口罩，所以一并跟大家进行保存科学人才的培育计划，成为台湾推动正规水下考古发展的一个开端。那在2015年底，台湾呼应保护水下文化工业的精神和原则，努力保存水下人类共同的资产，制定与实施水下文化资产保存法，并拟定中长期研究发展策略及计划。那近年来，文化资产持续委托学术单位，进行水下文化资产的普查研究，建立基本资料库，列册管理水下文化遗产，遗址，加强划设保护区跟监督管理，研发调查探勘技术，增添必要的仪器设备，培育专业人才，强化展示教育和民众宣导，并加强国际交流合作，其能共同保存水下人类共有的文化资产，开启台湾水下文化资产保存的新纪元。虽然我国在水下文化资产保存工作，已经有一些基础的一个成果，也只能讲基础成果，在各个单位，学术单位协助下，但是台湾在水下考古的起步较晚，所以我们需要与国际有更多的交换薪资、学习合作的机会。台湾这一次有幸能承办第4届亚太区域水下文化资产研讨会 APACON 2021，通过专业信息后置保存水下文化资产的基础工作，在国际水下文化资产界争取认同与支持，并其能激发更多的年轻的国人投入保存水下文化资产的行列，提升相关的研究能量与成效。所以在这里的话，再次跟各位过去有协助文化部文化资产局从事水下文化资产，当然不管是水上陆上协助文化资产的朋友表达谢意。那第4届亚太区域水下文化资产研讨会本来应该在2020年举办，但是因为新冠肺炎的影响一直延迟到今日。那所以我们现在的话就是用实体跟视讯的方式双轨共同进行来办理这样的一个研讨会。那在报名的时候，就是线上的话有130多位，现场 有200多位的专家学者跟学员哈。那中间的话，包括我们台湾在地的哈，包括美国、加拿大、中国、日本、新加坡、菲律宾、马来西亚、印尼、越南、泰国、芬兰、丹麦，快难念不完了，波兰、西班牙、冰岛、澳洲、巴基斯坦及 Cyprus 等19个国家哈。那预计会发表65篇的论文。那本来文化部文化资产局的话，规划奖励25名的国际青年研究学者来台湾参加这个计划，也因为疫情的关系，边境控管没有办法实现。所以文资局他说他们会准备一些小礼物哦，送给与会的参与者跟发表者。那也希望在第6届、第7届，大家还有机会来到台湾。那所以这一次的会议，我们要特别感谢 APACOM 国际学术研讨会的委员Bill Jeffrey、Hans Van Tibor、John Kimura、Brent Facey、Victoria Walker、Sheila Tripathi、Jenny Clare、Kurt Chrono、Michelle Domain、Rose Anderson、Akifumi伊瓦布西的日本人的精心规划那跟我们的合办单位国立海洋大学跟国立海洋科技博物馆中华水下文化资产协会中华民国海洋事务及政策协会的赞助跟承办单位国立海洋大学我们整个团队的一个协助那辛劳的规划，那全力的投入所以再加上这一次的一个线上的整个网络机制的一个运作所以我们希望这一次的会议可以圆满成功。那感谢大家的支持，谢谢大家。
好，非常谢谢次长的勉励。那接下来下一位，我们请国立台湾海洋大学许泰文校长为我们讲几句话。
我们敬爱的文化部肖政务次长，我们文资局陈局长，我们海科馆林清海副馆长，我们中华水下资产协会简年贵前理事长，我们海洋中心黄主任 Dr. Bill Jeffrey from University of Room， 以及我们国内外在现场与线上的贵宾，大家早安，大家好。今天非常高兴能够参与2021第4届亚太区域水下文化资产的研讨会，同时也非常欢迎各位长官以及嘉宾能够到国立台湾海洋大学所举办的本次会议。我代表我们全校的师生跟同仁欢迎大家的莅临与热烈的参与。我们是不是鼓掌热烈欢迎大家？谢谢。亚太地区水下文化资产研讨会 Asia Pacific Regional Conference on Underwater Cultural Heritage， 简称 APACOM， 自2011年起，由亚太区域的学界、政府机关、博物馆，还有非政府的组织，还有国际的政府组织、私人的部门，还有社区等各界人士等共同热烈的发起跟筹办，并在联合国教科文组织的支持之下，所组织的水下文化资产 重要的国际会议。本会议讨论的主题为如何促进亚太地区的水下文化资产。第一届是在菲律宾国家的博物馆来举办，第二届在美国夏威夷大学来举办，第三届在香港海事博物馆来举办。本次会议由我国的文化部文化资产局，还有我们的学界以及我们民间的团体，我们相关的代表，我们努力的争取，终于获得国际委员会的肯定跟通过，顺利取得第4届的这个会议在台湾来主办。本届会议的主题是南岛语族散居的海洋文化景观，共规划了14个主题。那会议中有12个主题来发表，共有发表60几篇的论文。那我们同时邀请2位国际的知名专家来为我们进行这个专题演讲，做这个 keynote speech。第一位是来自日本的 Kenzo Hayashida，他来讲述有关日本水下考古的历史，这个具有相当的特别意义。那么他也谈到过去、现在还有未来日本在水下考古的这个情况。第二位是来自我们美国的温森 T. 戴尔，他讨论时间、空间、航海的这个根源，以及星空的连接，这个是非常具有这个兴趣而且前瞻的一个题目。今天非常欢迎各位的长官跟贵宾能够来到我们国立台湾海洋大学。那我们学校仍非常有这个荣幸来举办第4届的亚太区域水下文化资产的研讨会。我们学校从1953创校以来，到现在有68年的时间。我们在上个月刚过68岁的生日。那么在早期我们的校地只有300坪。那么那时呢，我们成立学校，经过历任校长还有师生的共同努力，那么学校今天已发展到我们校地面积有60公顷的国际顶尖一流大学。而且我们是以海洋为主体，但不以海洋为线的卓越教学、特色研究的海洋专业的顶尖大学。我们学校目前有3个校区第一个是本校区是这个海大的校区刚刚次长跟局长也有报告呢，我们真的是这个经历很多的艰辛困难，以填海造地的方式造就了国立台湾海洋大学。那我们同时也成立马祖校区，为马祖的经济还有文化或是相关的建设，还有我们异地教学，帮马祖唯一没有大学的这个县成立这个校区，也成立了3个系。第3个是桃园观音校区我们成立藻礁展示中心，还有相关的海洋科学的研究中心。那我们学校呢是以基隆港来做一个 基本的议题一直延伸，从原来的4个系到现在有22个系，30个独立的系所。那我们校园呢是依山傍海，有山有水，那么与和平岛、正滨渔港、碧沙渔港、海科馆相互并邻，是一所景色秀丽的港都城市大学。也借机跟各位长官跟各位贵宾来报告，未来在我们市政府跟海大的共同努力之下，我们会营造这个人工的沙滩，从和平岛到海科馆，营造一个这个校园跟都市计划合为一体的海洋特色，还有我们海景特色，还有水域活动，还有休闲观光的大学，也是我们基隆有山有水发展观光休闲的地方。我们校区跟马祖刚刚谈过，我们有产学合作、经济的价值、交通建设、航运、水域活动，还有观光休闲。大家所熟悉的蓝眼泪都是我们的淡菜，包含马祖现在的飞机跑道要从70人转为180人的这个大型飞机，跑道必须延伸到比较深的海域，还有南竿、北竿的跨海大桥，海大都有积极的参与。桃园校区方面我们呢在藻礁的议题上做了很多的调查分析，最重要的我们希望能够富裕藻礁，解决大众对于藻礁的疑虑。2019年这个 COVID-19 疫情的影响导致本届会议2度的延期刚刚市长有提到。那么我们非常感谢主办单位还有国外学术委员的努力我们终于在今天以实体跟线上的会议来进行。那么我们非常的开心，有这么多国内外关心水下资产的这个学者专家跟与会贵宾来共襄盛举。那线上包括这个美国、加拿大、中国、日本等很多的外国的学者专家，还有我们的这个参与的贵宾。那么预期我们今日的活动能够提供一个平台，让大家来分享大家的研究成果，或是大家的这个对于文化资产的一些构想，或是未来对于文化资产这么重要的议题，我们应该怎么样的策略，或是怎么样的这个方法来呢把我们的文化资产做更好的管理，做更好的保存。那我们也希望在国际文化资产界争取认同跟支持。刚刚市长有谈到，特别是基隆海域我们有非常特殊，有好几国来这个管辖过我们基隆海域。那我们呢也相当特殊的一个案例。我们希望这个研讨会能够在各种议题的发表以后，能够在文化领域发光发热，有更多更好的研究成果。那我们呢感谢我们的海洋中心的努力筹办，也祝贺本次的会议圆满顺利，祝福各位贵宾心想事成，万事如意，谢谢。
非常感谢许泰文校长的勉励。接下来，我们请文化部文化资产局陈继明局长为我们致辞。
好，肖次长，还有我们许校长，还有我们与会的各位贵宾先进，还有我们在线上的我们 APECON 的国际学术研讨会 Dr. Bill Jeffrey 等等的学者专家，那很高兴的文化部文化资产局啊，今天这次能够参与我们第4届 APECON 的这个国际的研讨会。那刚才有提到了，这个研讨会啊，第1届刚才校长也有说了，第1届在菲律宾的马尼拉，第2届在夏威夷，就美国夏威夷，第3届在香港。那这一次啊，我们台湾能够争取到第4届的这个主办权在这里，我想这是我们一个很好的一个契机。尤其刚才我们肖次长有提到了，水下文化资产啊，的主管机关在我们台湾的中华民国政府来讲是文化部，那真的执行机关呢，就是我们文化部文化资产局。那在整个水下的文化资产呢，我们也是起步的，并不是很早。那所以说，我们必须要借鉴国际的一些经验。那这4届的研讨会，我们是从第3届啊，我们文资局大概是从第3届有开始参与。那第4届，我们今天大家共同让它争取到台湾来，我想有几大的意义啊。我想在参加这种国际会议啊，一方面我们可以汲取到国际间对于水下文化资产他们的一些法规制度，还有他们的政策。另外还有一些相关对于水下文化资产保存的技术，那还有一个很重要的就是一些保存一些相关的这些实务工作的一些经验的交流跟分享。那这是我们想参加国际会议非常重要的。那当然我也跟几位专家学者也在谈说，我们的因为我们起步啊，并不是太早，水下考古的部分呢，还真的是要除了我们国内的学界，还有跟国际间怎么样能够跟他们有所接轨，能够跟国际的趋势啊。能够尽量朝这个国际的趋势的潮流啊去走，所以这个我想参加国际的组织啊是有它的必要。所以未来文化部文化资产局啊，我们也希望说能够真正找到除了像 APECON 之外，还能够有一些其他的相关的水下文化资产的国际组织啊，我们大家共同的参与，大家进行交流，让更多的一些经验能够相互的交流，把我们台湾丰富而且多元的这些水下文化资产，来对外界让世界也能够了解到台湾这块美丽宝岛的水下文化资产。那这一次呢，真的很高兴，文化资产局也有一个机会能够参与这样的工作。那也预祝我们今天的大会啊，今明2天的大会能够圆满成功。谢谢我们国立海洋大学的全力的这个协助让这个研讨会啊，我相信会办得非常的圆满。谢谢大家。
谢谢陈局长。接下来，我们请国立海洋科技博物馆林清海副馆长为我们讲几句话。
好，我们肖次长、陈校长，还有许校长，还有陈局长，还有在座的一个贵宾，还有线上的我们文化自然界的一个先进哈，大家早安，大家好。其实今天很高兴代表我们海科馆来那个参与这样的一个盛会哈。文化海下那个水下的文化资产其实是相当重要哈。我们过往在那个外太空的部分有研究，其实有一些突破，但是在内太空就是我们的海洋部分其实还是有很大的一个努力的空间。那这一次的一个研讨会其实刚刚几位那个长官都有特别那个介绍到要研究的议题跟未来的一个发展的一个方向站在海科馆的一个角度来看，我们在水下文化资产部分其实我们扮演的就是那个这个推广扩散的一个角色。那另外还有一个部分就是海科馆其实就是海洋科技的部分也是我们研究的一个重点所以说这一部分我们很期望跟各位先进，包含国外的一些先进，能够做一个密切的一个交流合作。那在此再跟各位报告一件事情，我们在其实基隆这个地方， 过往其实是一个战争蛮重要的一个场域，所以说在我们的这个沿海部分，水下其实很多的一个资产，水下很多一个资产，因为战争所带来的。那比方说在海科馆旁边的一个潮境湾这边，它的一个有很多的一个沉船在里面，那也需要很多人去考古，有一些比较好的一个水下资产可以把它挖掘出来哈。那这也是海科馆接下来要做的重要任务之一，我们要把这个潮境湾这一边把它整理出来、盘点出来，把这一些历史的一些轨迹脉络再重新让它呈现出来。好，那那个因为 COVID-19 的一个关系哈，我想那个大家没办法到现场甚至就是说本来这一次会有一个展示在海科馆这边，但是因为这些关系没办法。不过那个 COVID-19 总是会过哈，我们日后还是很欢迎各位先进到海科馆这边来做一个参观。那最后祝各位前辈哈我们身体健康，万事如意，大会圆满成功，谢谢。
谢谢林副馆长的致辞。接下来，我们邀请中华水下文化资产学会简连贵理事长为我们致辞。
把它关起来了啊。各位好朋友，大家早安啊！我最敬爱的我们海洋大学的许校长，那么还有我们文化部的肖正次啊，以及这个文资局的我们陈局长，那么还有我们海博馆的这个林副馆长，那么以及我们这个邱理事长啊，也是我们中华民国海洋政策事务协会的理事长，也是我们协会的副理事长，还有我们中华水下文化资产协会的名誉理事长啊，那么以及 online 的 distinguished scholars and experts, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Taiwan National Taiwan University. I'm very appreciate have opportunity and to present the Taiwan underwater cultural heritage to attend this Asia Pacific on underwater conference. Just like the president said, due to the COVID-19, so this conference postponed till this year. I like to special thank you the President Xi and the relative country agent to support it, fully supported, and the efforts of the international committee colleague. Taiwan is located around by sea and the middle of the Asia Pacific region. It's a very important place. So from the navigation channel, from the northeast Asia to the north southeast, the Middle East and Iraq. So from mainland China to Jinmen, Mazhu, and Penghu and the main island of the Taiwan. So from the logistic viewpoint, the Taiwan Strait have many content a rich underwater cultural heritage. According to our government agency, the Bureau of the Cultural Heritage, the survey, I remember from the 2007 to the 2020, the Taiwan Strait has been quite very rich underwater cultural heritage in this area. I think it's very, very important for deep understanding the marine culture. And is provided the international cooperative with our domestic association, academic, and industry join put together to protect the underencouraged being here. Our association is a non-profit association. So we hope in the near future can join with the international and the domestic associations, just like with NTOU, can to support our government agency to promote the undercultural heritage, investigation technology, and the promotion education, and the content cultivation. I think is very, very important. Just like the 肖次长跟许校长还有陈局长所谈的。Finally, I like best wish a very successful the 2 days international conference. Very successful. Just I know today also is a Halloween day. So I like everyone and I, the discretion partner, have a good health and happiness. Yeah, thank you a lot. 谢谢大家。
非常谢谢简理事长的致辞。接下来我们会邀请关岛大学 Bill Jeffrey 博士为我们致辞。那再次提醒在现场的贵宾，如果您需要中英口译的翻译机，可以在门外的右手边凭证件租借。Later on, we will have Dr. Jeffrey from University of Guam to give us a speech.
Greetings from Guam. all of this is also for the interpretation of to provide a base process that not include the term but a broader term underlying to provide benefit of easier and to many more people. It also highlights the amount to employ more working into both of these safeguarding.
Thank you, Dr. Bill Jeffrey. Now we are going to have a group photos. So,请在现场的各位来宾往中间集中，尽量往中间就是这个区块坐过来一点，然后往前面坐一点。可以麻烦就这边的朋友帮我到中间来吗？那可以请后面的朋友帮我往前坐，然后我们让前面坐满一点。Okay, so for friends online, could you please also turn on your camera and look at the camera and we can take a screenshot together? Okay. 那摄影师准备好了吗？哦，好。那请这边的同学都往中间坐好吗？就是右半边、左半边、右半边都不要坐人，都坐在中间。对，不好意思，因为我们时间有点 delay 了，所以可以这边也还有空位，可以请往这边移动。Okay, another one. Okay, thank you very much. 好，谢谢各位。Okay, later on we will be broadcasting the film slate will introducing the maritime cultural heritage of Taiwan and National Taiwan Ocean University. So our first video is provided by the Ministry of Culture and the Bureau of Cultural Heritage. This video will be introducing a very special maritime cultural heritage that is called stoneware in Penghu, Taiwan.
Local residents living by the sea built stone tidal weirs, shirhu, as fish traps in the intertidal zone, and they share their catches with other villagers. Shirhu could trace their antiquity back 300 years or further. There are more than 609 in Penghu.
museum with 6 areas, including the main exhibition area, regional exploration area, coastal ecology exploration area, aquarium area, ocean area, and coastal recreation area. 3 viewing platforms invite visitors to experience the area's natural outdoor terrain. This is the only museum in Taiwan with its own dedicated train station. Take the Shanghai to the NMMST and behold the breathtaking beauty of the area's coastal and ocean scenery. First on the agenda is the regional exploration. This section documents the beauty and changing face of Bali's fishing village, the NMMST, and the village's growing ties with the world. This gallery introduces the important events related to the NMMST. Today, Baldwin shines as a modern center of marine science and technology. The NMMST is a total of 8 galleries. Now, let's go explore the undersea world together. Surrounds visitors with multiple sounds, typical of changes of seasons and weather. This is the symphony of sound that influences our state-of-the-art multimedia shows and models display the vivid marine environment, immersing visitors in a unique underwater experience for the senses. The Marine Science Gallery features 7 large column panel displays showing video footage of marine ecology. Learn here about the Earth's crust, terrain, and marine science. The spherical screen here also comes to life with 4 synchronized projectors that create a realistic scale model of planet Earth. We welcome all to experience this wonderful place. The Naval Architecture and Ocean Engineering Gallery is the first gallery in the world to focus exclusively on this important theme. Metal, glass, water, and other materials create the perfect atmosphere. See a 1/10 scale model of a container ship and marvel at Taiwan's many impressive accomplishments in naval architecture. The Wonders of the Deep Sea Gallery takes you down to deep sea environments. Displays on the marine ecosystem and the deep sea environmental simulator spark curiosity about the many mysteries of the ocean depths that continue to inspire research and investigation. There is much here still to be discovered, with the search promising hope as well as danger. The Fishery Science Gallery uniquely integrates science, technology, and culture through the humble mulletfish. The story of this important fish highlights the interaction between humans, animals, and the environment. The many interactive displays in the Fishery Science Gallery leave visitors with a much better understanding of sea life and the fishing industry. The spiral shell-shaped People and the Sea Gallery narrates the story of oceanic culture. The plethora of cultural memories and historical items typify life by the sea, with displays reflecting the hopes, desires, and impressions of those who live by the sea. Look up and see some of the people who make their living from the ocean. In these images, we hope you rediscover and revisit your own memories of the sea. The Kids Exploration Zone is a marine wonderland. Its many interactive games and displays lets kids get up close and personal with the ocean and its many fascinating facets. Games such as sea racing, Bigger and Smaller, Journey of the Water, and Fish Market are theirs to enjoy. Every aspect of this section is designed to help children have fun while learning more about the sea and about the importance of protecting the ocean environment. The Deep Sea Theater's large projection screen regularly runs a 12-minute film on the deep sea. The film follows a submarine on a fascinating journey into the world beneath the waves. The Deep Sea Theater is set in a repurposed building that dates from the Japanese colonial period. It once housed the Northern Taiwan Thermal Power Station. The building's original high-vaulted ceilings, in combination with modern steel girders, create a uniquely stylish theater marked by an unfinished raw beauty. Actually, the entire NMMST is built on the site of the former power station. Land reclamation has now filled the once watery gap separating Badoza Island from the Geelong City mainland. This marine museum's construction maintains the building's historical heritage while infusing new, innovative designs. The main exhibition area's boat-shaped architecture won an honor award from the American Institute of Architects in New York and enjoys international renown within architectural circles. Besides its diverse marine and technology exhibitions, the NMMST is also home to the nation's largest IMAX screen, located next to the main exhibition area. The IMAX screen is 21.9 meters high and 29 meters wide. Here, marine-themed films are shown in brilliant IMAX 3D. The theater's exceptional lighting and sound deliver state-of-the-art marine exploration experiences. The NMMST is charged with collecting and investigating our oceans. The museum collection currently includes 1,400 oceanic artifacts, 1,600 preserved fish specimens, and over 2,000 specimens representing some 250 species. In the future, we hope to include oceanic research in popular science education and hope to apply the fruits of this research to other areas. It is hoped that the museum will be an engine of regional economic development, a synergy of nature, science, technology, and culture. The NMMST uses electronic displays, virtual environments, and other interactive methods to show the relationship of human culture with the ocean. The time is now to protect our marine environment. Learning more about the marine environment is a good first step to conservation success. We invite you to visit the NMMST and join the many already playing a positive role in protecting our seas for the benefit of all. The ocean is singing an old love song. Waves clap to a modern rhythm. We find joy and eternal bliss from every aspect of the ocean. The National Museum of Marine Science and Technology welcomes you to come to learn, love, and get closer to the sea. Come and explore our expansive blue seas together.
Okay. Because of the time limitation, we will be playing the rest of the introduction video during the lunch break. Now we are going to move on to our keynote speech one. And for the keynote speech, we are having Dr. Kenzo Hayashida to give our speech. And now I will be giving the floor to our host, Dr. Bill Jeffrey. Dr. Jeffrey, are you there? Sorry, we cannot hear you. Can you? Yes, here we go.
You can hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Thank you. It's my great pleasure to be Kenzo Hayashida, completed his master's festival University of Pennsylvania, majoring in the bronze age of Mediterranean. He was director of Fossil engaged the archaeological excavations at Takashima underwater site of the medieval trading ship explorations and diving surveys in the Genkai Sea. In 2012, we edited the 6 volumes of the database of underwater cultural heritage and promotion of underwater archaeology as a project of the Nippon Foundation grant. He was a lecturer in nautical archaeology at Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology, which is part of the UNESCO Unitwin network for underwater archaeology. Since 1986, in addition, he has been a part-time employee of the Buried Cultural Assets Department and the Financial Scienceing Cultural Bureau of Fukuoka City Board of Education. I invite Director Ashida to provide us with his address. Thank you.
Dr. Hayashida, if you are ready, then you can go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Jeffrey. As the co-chair of the keynote speech of that conference, I do thank you for introducing me to everyone in this conference room. Thank you for your consideration. Before I will speak on my presentation, I have to say my gratitude to that organizer of the conference. So I will start my keynote speech on turn video. Okay. Let's see. All right. I'm glad honored to be here on behalf of the Asian Research Institute of Underwater Archaeology in Japan, and also pleased to speak on the history of underwater archaeology in Japan, past, present, and perspective. So I deeply thank the organizing committee of Asia Pacific Regional Conference on Underwater Cultural Heritage, and also co-chair Dr. Bill Jeffrey, Dr. Hans van Tilburg, and Dr. Brian Fay. And especially this conference would not be have been possible without enthusiastic support of the host organization of Taiwan by the Bureau of Cultural Heritage, National Taiwan Ocean University, and the National Museum of Marine Science and Technology in spite of COVID-19. And once again, I have to say many thanks for Professor Yabuchi. I have been in closely touch with Dr. Yabuchi on today's conference since earlier time. And he had helped me to prepare my presentation for a keynote speaker. My deeply thanks should go to Dr. Yabuchi for his support and encouragement. Today I'm going to speak title called History of Underwater Archaeology in Japan, Past, Present, Perspective. Activity for underwater archaeology in Japan began at Lake Suwa in 1908. Since then, there have been an underwater survey at sea and lakes from Hokkaido to the north through Okinawa to the south. This map shows that important underwater surveys and very few excavations have been annually carried out by discipline of underwater archaeology since the mid-1970s. I will explain at several underwater sites, such as Lake Suwa, Lake Biwa, Kaiyomaru, Irohamaru, Ojika, Takashima, Hatsushima, and Yamis. Underwater archaeology discipline was firstly excavated at the site of Kaiyoma in Hokkaido in 1974. History of underwater archaeology began in 1908. Akamaro Tanaka conducted lake sewer research at the request of the Sewer Board of Education. His assistant Fukumatsu Hashimoto conducted the geological survey of the bottom of the lake using the clam catcher in the area called Sone of the lake. Hashimoto found 2 charred arrowheads in the cage of clam catcher from the bottom of 2 meters deep. Discovery news appeared among academic circles, and its news reached Dr. Shogoro Tsuboi. The next year, 1909, when the Dr. Tsuboi conducted the survey of bottom of the lake sewer, it began the dispute on the site formation of Sone. Dr. Tsuboi returned to Japan after seeing that the ruins of the pile as a foundation dwelling hut on the lake in the Switzerland. He wrote treatise in the Tokyo Anthropology Journal. In his treatise, he indicated existence of dwelling hut on the pile because of the presence of relic on the bottom of the lake. This dispute for the formation of Sone site has been continuing until recently without any underwater excavation. However, the academic community has thought that Sone site was located on land near the lake and submerged due to the geological causes. Lake sewer area was located in the intersect area between the fossa magna and the median tectonic line. Based on these geological features, Sone site is thought to be due to the land subsidence or rising water level. Tsuzuranozaki site is located in the Lake Biwa, the largest lake in Japan, and it is 600 meters or 700 meters east of Tsuzuranozaki Peak and 3 kilometers from Onoe fishing village. The site is located in the deepest bottom of the lake with a depth of about 70 meters. Beginning of a survey of Tsuzuranozaki site in 1924. A fisherman found several German and Yayoi pottery in the trolling net. This news reached academic community with interest at the time, but it was not until 1959 when the full-scale investigation began at Tsuzuranozaki. In 1969, as part of the comprehensive survey of Lake Biwa, academic institute and the university took remotely sensing survey using acoustic sonar, boring, and dredge net. In 1982, the Shiga Prefecture Board of Education conducted a survey at the north and the east area of Tsuzuranozaki, and confirmed that pottery were found at the southwest area of Chikubujima Island as well. In 1984, the survey was carried out by University TV camera and also trial excavation in diving too. Many of recovered pottery are completed in shape or nearly completed shape and are mostly jar and vases for storage or cooking. These pottery may have been a used offering for God. According to the Sugaura document made in 1302, several houses thought to be monastery were drawn in the map of Chikubujima Island in the Sugaura document. Yoshio Ue therefore said that the pottery found at the bottom of the lake or originally exist on the site of Tsurao-deki, and also thought that these sites were lost by landslide took place in the Middle Age. In 1980, Agency Culture Affairs adopted the project of research on archaeological sites on Lake View. The distribution project of submerged site was conducted in 1981. The Awazu site as a freshwater shell mound formed from the early German period, and the carbon-14 dating of the shell shows the age of 4,920 years plus minus 120 years BP. A full-scale survey has been conducted since 1980. The first full-scale underwater excavation survey for sunken ship in Japan was a survey of the Kaiyomaru in Hokkaido, which was conducted from 1974. The Kaiyomaru was a warship owned by the Tokugawa shogunate and built at the Vips shipyard in the Netherlands. During the Japanese Civil War between the imperial and the shogunate forces in 1868 through 1869, so-called Boshin War, the ship ran ashore due to that heavy storm and grounded and sank off the coast of Isashi Harbor in November 1868. It was the first survey underwater excavation method and preservation method applied for a wide variety of relics such as wooden objects, glasses, metals, weapons, ammunition, and daily life tools. After the ship sank, relics such as cannons were put up several times. In the 1917s, construction of breakwater began at the sea, at the area where the Kaiyomaru can be assumed to have sunken. Therefore, the diving survey was carried out to confirm the ship remained. As a result, remains at the bow area of the ship were damaged, and most of them were lost. Excuse me. The standard ship remained, however, were found inside breakwater. In 1974, under the guidance of the Agency of Culture Affairs, the rescue archaeology by conservation scientists and archaeologists began with the collaboration of the National Research Institute and the Board of Education. The surveys were conducted for over 10 years. During that time, the technology of preserving the relic recovered from the water was progressive. In 1982, 1998, a shipwreck was discovered at the seabed 4 kilometers south of Ujishima Island, Hiroshima Prefecture, at the depths of 27 meters. And it is said that it is the Iroha Maru of Ryoma Sakamoto. According to the record, on April 23, 1867, the Iroha Maru, owned by the Oz clan, which was hired by the Kaien Tai, led by Ryoma Sakamoto, sank off the Mushima Island in the Bengal Nada Sea. The Iroha Maru was collided with the Meiko Maru, which was owned by the Kishu clan. This accident becomes the first incident between steamship in Japan. Two surveys was conducted in 1989 and 1990. The boiler chamber of the wreck is detected at the midship by the trial excavation to confirm an iron ship. And the bow area was excavated as well. The recovered artifact can be almost determined to be the Iroha Maru. The archaeological survey has been done at the sea of 5 meters in depth. 6 pottery shards such as Thai earthen jar and the stemmed mortars were recovered by a fishery diver in 1992 before the archaeological survey. The site is located in the western edge of the strait of about 1.5 kilometers in wide, where the strong prevailing current and the tidal surge the region. The Yamami underwater surveys were carried out in 2001 and 2010. Thai earthenware, Chinese ceramic, and other ware are distributed to about 30 meters in wide and about 80 meters in length, and extended toward the northeast, and mostly pottery shards have been discovered in the small space between rocks. We have 74 pieces of Thai earthenware and coarse ware, and 4 pieces of Chinese blue white porcelain, and 4 earthenware. 2 blue white porcelain of Japanese ceramic belong to Hizen, and these shared of unknown origin. But 2 of them might be belonging to Vietnamese earthenware and coarse ware. A loop handle jar was fired at Sachanarai, and clothes have been found at the site of Lopburi and Ayutthaya in Thailand. A conical shaped lead ingot was found in 2010. It is about 5 centimeters high and 5.5 centimeters diameter. This specimen was most likely made in Sonton mine in Chantanaburi province, Thailand. Yamami underwater site shows that the close interconnection had been established between Southeast Asia and Japan by sea. The survey of Hatsushima underwater site was carried out for 6 years from 2015 to 2019 by Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology with the support of the Asahi Shimbun Foundation. The site is located on the Hatsushima of the Atami City and on the seabed at the depths of 20 meters, about 200 meters off the west side of the island. The site can be assumed to be the Yamagata class cargo ship and sank on the way from Osaka to Edo. This cargo is mainly roof tile belonging to the decorated tile with the stamp of 3 petals of the Tokugawa shogunate, eve, flat and round tile, and other shape of the tile. And motor were thought to be Toban style earthenware produced west of Osaka. Timber that seems to be part of the hull have been confirmed on the bottom cover with sand below the inner side of a row of flat tile. Based on the age and the appearance of these relics, the site is the cargo of domestic vessel, so-called kaisen, from Osaka to Edo, dated to late 17th century through the early 18th century. Due to the orderly arrangement of the roof tile, we can learn how to roof tile was loaded into the cargo space of the ship. It is assumed that the hull was facing east-west from the direction of the timber. In order to make a more detailed evaluation of the archaeological site and to get fundamental knowledge of determining the future protection, the limited number of relics of the roof tile was recovered from the archaeological site. And other replicas scattered around the pile of the roof tile were recovered as well. Among several roof tiles are decorated roof with the seal of Tokugawa shogunate, which was recovered before a local fisherman was made as a replica. This replica was temporarily installed on the bottom near the pile of the roof tile, despite original position unknown. This experimental placing the roof tile on the bottom of the sea is monitoring experiment or aging of the replica under the environment of the sea surrounding the Hatsushima Island. The other recover 3 decorated roof tile, 2 flat roof tile, 1 mortar, and whetstone will be replicated, and these replicate will be taken back to the original place where these sediment were found on the bottom of the sea. The timber of the bottom plank were exposed by the heavy sea current, which is caused by typhoon hit by Tokyo and the Chiba area a few years ago. This timber was mapped and de-valued. The Hatsushima shipwreck has been in the middle of procedure of conservation for the site and the plan for the culture tourism too. Now, Yabits site, Tsushima Island. The medieval port of Yabits is located in an inlet on the northwest and end of Tsushima Island. Yabits is geographically close to the Korean Peninsula, separated by the Korea Strait. In the inlet, there are several stone masonry seems to have been quay or jetty and jetty. No description upon the Yabits has been found in any Japanese historical documents, except for a few Korean documents. From these literary evidence, the Yabits site seems to have been used as anchorage, at least in the first half of the 15th century. The survey in 2018 showed that Yabits had a long history from German period to after the World War II. However, exact date when stonemasonry in the inlet were constructed and their entire structure have not been known yet. We have not gotten the exact reason why stonemasonry was chosen to be built at Yabitsu. The survey on this spot could continue to restoring the maritime cultural landscape in Tsushima Island as well. Yabitsu survey consists of 7 survey areas, and these areas stonemasonry have been remained at these areas, as designated at Site A to F respectively. In addition, there is a low elevator here at the left bank of the opening the inlet, and this area has been designated as Site G. After cleaning the stone masonry of Site A through Site E, 3D mapping was performed by drone, remotely sensing survey, and sub-bottom profiling. We have investigated the seafloor of the fog, the site of the seafloor, and sediment of underwater under the seafloor. The full-scale distribution survey in diving was not conducted at Site E and F because of a shallow water. The activity on underwater archaeology in Japan can be divided into mainly 2 characteristics, 2 organizations that practice them. Research archaeology conducts the excavation endowed by the government or local government or private funding. On the other hand, the rescue archaeology conducts the excavation of the site if the site was destroyed by development, and the site can be saved as only documentation by research paper published after excavation. Survey cost is on experience by the development site. The discovery of Japanese underwater activity has been done by mostly rescue archaeology. One of the example of rescue archaeology, Takashima underwater site. This site has been known as Kublai Khan's lost fleet in 1281. This site was designated Takashima underwater site by the Agency of Cultural Affairs in 1981. The designated underwater archaeological area covers 1.5 square kilometers, 7.5 kilometers stretching from the east to west along the coast of the coastline by 200 meters offshore. Since 1981, 8 rescue archaeological campaigns have been carried out. Designated area, especially at the area of Tokonami and Kozaki Harbor. These 2 harbor areas have provided important archaeological evidence for understanding Kublai Khan's fleet. Kozaki Harbor area has been designated the first historic site of underwater cultural heritage by the Agency of Cultural Affairs in 2011. In the harbor area, 2 shipwrecks has been found. Tokonami Harbor rescue archaeology campaign took place in the 1983, 1989, and 1992. In 1992 we had one of the important discovery in the area for underwater cultural heritage of Takashima. We have had pottery and stone implement in 20 meter through 26 meter deep of water, belonging to the early phase of German period, dated back about 8,500 years ago. This submerged site can be thought to have been located near the shore of narrow inlet toward the inland. The remaining sunken ship or ships of Kublai Khan's fleet can be estimated in the circle area. At Kozak Harbor 1994 and 1995 rescue archaeology excavations were carried out for the construction of breakwater 100 meters off the shore. During the two survey campaign, wooden anchor was found in situ. In addition, Kozak Harbor is providing the important clue for Kublai Khan's lost fleet. At Kozak Harbor, bronze seal was found by local fishermen who lived here the harbor in 1974. Showing the largest anchor and other smaller anchor found in situ. They were all arranged in the same direction toward the shore, and the bamboo rod connecting the anchor and ship has been found running straight south to north and have not loosely been found on the seabed. This suggests that the ship might have anchored in the limited area between the anchors and the shore. The timber of largest anchor is oak made, weighing about 1,000 kilograms and expect to be 7 meters long. Recent scientific analysis show that the source of iron nail on the anchor might have come from the Jinfen mine in Shandong province, China. Mapping of the object found in the 2001 and 2002 rescue archaeology campaign at Kozak Harbor and large objects like timbers such as the masthead, bulkheads, and the planks are shown in blue. They are mostly oriented in northeast to southwest direction. This may be indicate that the main body of these timber is lying somewhere to the northwest. These stone anchor stuck are the same stocks. A center picture shows that the single stock was cut in half, and the detail of the midsection is seen at the bottom. In the midsection shallow and the wedge group on the surface, and the narrow group is running on the either side. This type of unique specimen for the anchor found at the Takashima underwater site. It is sure that discovery of the shipwreck not only great contribute to develop Japanese underwater archaeology, but also contribute to the underwater archaeology East Asia, including Korea and China. Object on the Kozak Harbor in the 2001-2003 rescue archaeology are on the screen. The Agency of Cultural Affairs of Japan has carried out database of Japan underwater site with the Cooperation Educational Board of Prefecture, City, and Town from 1989 to 1991. And collected data was published as study of the conservation method underwater site in the year 2000. And this report shows that there are 216 underwater sites in lake, river, and sea. According to the old database, there are 109 sites under the sea all over the country. However, remain a cluster of artifacts and the shell mound, including the figure, except for the 24 shipwreck sites. This map shows the 37 underwater sites, including shipwreck sites, have been identified by diving survey of Ariwa project between 2009 and 2011. It has been past 20 years since the first project of the database underwater site were naturally conducted. However, circumstances underwater cultural heritage has not still much changed. Therefore, the earlier project of the database underwater cultural heritage was carried out from 2009. The project of collecting database data for underwater cultural heritage around Japan, endowed by the Nippon Foundation. And the 3 years project started in 2009 and continued until 2011. The news database appeared as a public paper in 2012 and the website as well. The accomplishment new database has been open new stage of Japanese underwater cultural heritage in the sea. The newest project started in 2013 to make the guideline for the protection underwater archaeology site in Japan by the Agency of Cultural Affairs. The guideline published in 2017 has encouraged the local government to involve the protection of underwater cultural properties. Well, finally, I would like to conclude with a few comments on the conference. I have been invited to the Bureau of Cultural Heritage, Ministry of Culture, and the Institute of History of Philosophy, Academic Seneca, for the presentation, Japanese underwater archaeology. From these conferences I participate in Taiwan, I have learned in many things. The academic community, university, museum, government, agency, and the private sector have involved in domestic activity and ethnic issue related to underwater culture heritage in Taiwan. Moreover, people of Taiwan have been deeply interested in the domain of underwater cultural heritage, and they have been in grassroots activity for preparation of the ratification of the UNESCO 2001 Convention. Through the international conference, they have continued to interact with foreign universities, foreign underwater archaeology related institute, university, and the government organization of United Kingdom, France, South Korea, and Australia. This movement shows that Taiwan wants to share the importance for ratification the UNESCO 2001 Convention. In Asia, they have a territorial dispute in the ocean. And it seemed that they were reluctant to ratify the international law of the sea. Everyone knows that Taiwan is also a politically difficult situation. UNESCO is an institution that built culture forth and eliminate outside political powers. Culture and the political pressure should not be surrendered. In order for Taiwan to ratify the UNESCO 2001 Convention on the protection of underwater culture, we should admit that it is in the culture fault, and UNESCO should make effort to put Taiwan in that culture fault. The success of confidence in Taiwan shows a strong will to solve this problem. Cultural heritage, which is a common property of humankind, is a proof that human being exists on this earth. It should not be evaluated as individual cultural value. Unless the political speculation on the nation excluded the increase in carbon dioxide emission from the earth cause climate change and cause the CO2 temperature rise, it is impossible for one country to solve such environment deterioration. Researchers around the world who are interested in underwater archaeology should pay attention to the marine environment as well as their personal research results. You may be experiencing how difficult and survey in the polluted sea, river, and lake are. Even in the middle harbor I'm currently investigating, I have to clean the plastic bottle, bag, fishing net, fishing gear, and net that have washed away ashore in the ruin before the investigation. As for the Japanese attitude to underwater cultural heritage in the territorial water, the coastal area of the country have frequently been damaged, which is caused by typhoon, earthquake, and tsunami. Therefore, conservation of the land, the human life in the coastal area is required, and civil engineering work in the coastal area is becoming very active. Under these circumstances, Agency of Cultural Affairs of Japan has formulated guidelines for the protection of the underwater archaeological site in Japan. Under the law was the protection of cultural property for underwater cultural property in the territorial water. Due to the existence of problem on the land and the territorial water in the area of Asia, the response to the protection underwater cultural heritage is difficult. Therefore, in Asia, country are emphasizing activity for underwater cultural heritage by UNESCO and the encouragement for ratification of UNESCO 2001 Convention among Asian countries have been unfortunately facing to stagnate. As the underwater cultural heritage outside of the territorial water of Japan, there are many battleship, commercial ships sank in the South Pacific during the World War II. For the Japanese who recovered of the human bone from the sunken ship is an important Japanese spiritual culture, related to the life and death of the Japanese. And the protection and the utilization and the cultural property cannot be supported by the Japanese without recovery of human bone. In addition, it seems that the Japanese cannot actively act to ratify UNESCO 2001 Convention on the Protection of Underwater Cultural Heritage. The Underwater Cultural Heritage Convention should understand characteristics underwater cultural property in each country and promote the protection culture property with human sense and wisdom. Thank you for
Thank you, Dr. Hayashida.
Mhm.
Is there any questions for Dr. Hayashida?
Me?
现场的朋友有任何问题想要提问的吗？ If there is any questions wants to give to Dr. Hayashida, please raise your hand. For friends online, any questions? Okay. If not, then we will have our keynote speech until now. And thank you very much, Dr. Hayashida.
Mhm.
And thank you, Dr. Jeffrey, for introducing Dr. Hayashida. And now we are moving on to our sessions. So please let me make some announcement to the people here in NTOU. 请在现场的各位，就是我们接下来要开始进行我们正式的议程。那议程1的部分在楼上的会议厅，然后议程2在这间。那如果你要等一下要移动到楼上的会议厅的话，请记得把你的口译机先还给柜台，然后再到2楼去借2楼的口译机，这样子频道才会是对的。OK 吗？好，那我们一样是会有就是中英翻译的口译。好，So if there is no other question, you can move on to the rooms to participate in the sessions that you are interested in. Our sessions will be going on until 12:55 to have our lunch break. And so later on, I will be giving the floor to the session host of each session. Thank you.
Hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, so should I share the screen or we have to wait for a while?
Yeah, I can put up, I have a holding slide that I can put up, or we can go.
Yeah, please.
Let me do that, because it's just while I do a quick introduction of the session. And it will not let me do it. I don't think they've given permission.
Is that Abby? Abby is the co-host, and I think they also have a star from NTU.
Yeah, I'll just message them, because I'm getting a comment. I'll turn my video off, but I'm getting a comment that I can't share. I don't have permission. I'm just going to type them a message.
Sarah, they just replied you that you have permission now.
Yes, but I don't have permission. I'm still getting the same error message, unfortunately.
Okay.
It's just a message that says it can't display content because I haven't been given permission. I've asked for you to be provided permission as well.
So can you share screen? Maybe you can share screen.
No, I can't.
Screen. You cannot share screen.
No, I have an error message saying that I have not been provided permission. This is a problem with WebEx, unfortunately.
Okay, I see. So what can we do? Because time is running out.
Yeah, nothing. Unless
or you give a brief introduction and then I present my first paper.
Yeah, but I'm up straight after you. So if I don't have permission, then I can't present my work either. Okay. They finally worked out they need to make me a co-host. So let's see if that works. So forgive all the chatter to everybody else that's sitting in the session. We will be with you as soon as possible. Okay. Hello, everybody. If you can see me, I unfortunately can't show you a little bit of a holding slide. However, I'd like to kick off the session. Sharon, if you're able to share your screen while I'm doing the introduction, that would be wonderful.
Okay. So can you see my?
I can see your screen. Okay.
Great.
So
great.
All right, everybody. So, 大家好, as we would say in China, I'd like to kick off the session on maritime archaeology of trade and exchange in East Asia. It's my absolute honor, privilege, and great pleasure to be here today. I think it's the 4th Asian Regional Conference on Underwater Cultural Heritage. There is a small beast playing with some toys in the background, so ignore the rattling. But for those of you that don't know me, I'm Sarah Ward. I think most of the names I can see are those of people that I've already met. I'm a maritime archaeologist working on the materiality of maritime silk route, the archaeology of Sino-foreign maritime exchange, and the development of underwater cultural heritage and underwater archaeology in Cambodia as part of a China-Cambodia Underwater Cultural Heritage Cooperation Program. This session was originally proposed by my Korean colleague, Jung Yonghwa, and myself, and we wanted to provide it as a forum for everybody, whether you are a maritime archaeologist, underwater cultural heritage specialist, or museologists who are working on material that evidences, I guess, the more than 2,000 years of maritime trade and cultural exchange in East Asia. So, you know, APConf's had many twists and turns over the last 18 months. Several of them have been in the last 10 minutes while I've been trying to share my screen. So I think it's without further ado that I tell you we've got 4 speakers today. I am one of them, so consider myself already introduced. Along with me, we have Sharon Wong, who has been chattering with me in the background, Hisako Ishiguri, and Jin Hoshin. And Jin is another, or Hoshin is another Korean colleague, and today he will be presenting via video. So each will showcase their new research, new discoveries, emerging technologies that we hope will prompt a discussion about how I guess this research is shaping our understanding of human history and creating opportunities for research beyond our national boundaries. So the wonderful Associate Professor Dr. Sharon Y. Wong, who you can see her screen, thankfully, from the Chinese University of Hong Kong is up first. And I just like to labor on the introduction to Sharon because she is absolutely doing some wonderful work. Sharon, you studied Southeast Asian archaeology and cultures really for your entire career, I understand. Received your PhD in Southeast Asian Studies from NUS in Singapore, following your MA at, dare I say, China's top university, Peking University. And we know that your research has focused in the past and is continuing to focus on Chinese and Khmer ceramics industries from the 9th to the 14th centuries, and looking at, I think really importantly for the session today, the cultural interaction between China and Southeast Asia in that pre-modern period. So I think as we are over time from the keynote, I will hand over directly to Sharon, and she will speak to us about the maritime archaeology of trade and production and usage of ceramics in South China and Vietnam from an ethno-archaeological perspective. So over to you, Sharon.
Oh, okay. So can you hear me? Yes. Oh, because Sarah just mute my, I just we turn it on again. I repeat it again. Today my presentation will focus on a very important ceramic object, especially the ceramic jar found in South China and Vietnam. But I will talk about it in another perspective, is ethno-archaeological perspective. And before the pandemic, actually, I did some preliminary work between South China, in particular in Fujian, Guangdong, and Vietnam. So I hope that I can show you one of a very short documentary for you to know more about how did the ceramic jar made in South China in Songyuan period. So maybe can give you some inspirations, especially for the underwater archaeologists. So you can see that this work actually is related to the inspired by the recent maritime archaeological discovery on the investigation on ceramic production and usage in both South China and Vietnam. And I would like to use ethno-archaeology because it's quite seldomly find in when you study the underwater archaeology. I try archaeology and cultural anthropology all together. And I hope that I can explore a new dimension of archaeological studies on ceramic production and usage according to the behavioral data so that it can stimulate our archaeological imagination on maritime trade and exchange. The conceptual framework actually is based on the previous research and is quite clear for the South China. More and more people study the maritime zero and underwater archaeology, but most of the time they use the topological study or historical account to study the ceramic jars in the shipwrecks and also the port city. But for Vietnam, when they study ceramic jars production, they also use topological study as well as the ethnographic research on the tribal consumer, obtaining both Chinese and Vietnamese jars by internal and inter-regional barter economic trade so that it can showcase the jar owner's wealthy identity and status. But for this research, I hope to give a new dimensions on the potters from both South China and Vietnam, on how they pass through their knowledge and skills by generation and also by cross-cultural exchange. I try to make it a little bit simple on the network between the jar productions in the ancient kilns, the distribution based on the sea vessel, for example, like the shipwreck on transporting the jars, and finally to the consumption sites on inhibited sites and also the potter's home. I try to articulate them in this network. So it can show light, especially can give us some cross-cultural behavioral data on the distribution of the ceramics jars according to the from the shipwreck. So my focus, three area, Guangzhou, Quanzhou. Recently, it became the World Heritage Sites in China, and Xinjiang, and also another site we can also find from the Philippines and Southeast Asia. And the major jar sites can find from these three areas, Guangdong in particular, Foshan, Fujian in particular, Chizhou, and also Vietnam, the Binding kilns in central Vietnam. So just give you some idea, because I take a long time to discuss with the Guangdong archaeologists. And recently, they discovered that from the Nanhai #1 shipwreck, actually, most of the people think that the jars from the Nanhai #1 shipwrecks are basically from Fujian. But for Guangdong, when after we did a lot of comparison, we find that quite a number of them actually from Guangdong. And on the other hand, in Hong Kong, a very important site called Sacred Hill site in Kowloon, they also find this kind of jars very similar to the Nanhai #1 shipwreck. That's why I think that this research is quite important for us to understand more. Moreover, recently in Chizhou, they have a new discovery about the heirloom collection in one potter's home in Chizhou. The jar is totally intact. So I have a chance to study their collections and took a lot of photos on that. So you can see, for example, like these two jars, you can easily find in the Philippines and everywhere, especially in island Southeast Asia. So, but actually it came from Chizhou. Another thing is the fragrance stem on this jar actually is also from Chizhou. They also find from this potter's home from his father, the heirloom collection. So it's quite obvious that it made from Chizhou. So we can find a very clear provenance of this kind of jar. But I want to highlight actually for the handles, it's quite different from what we saw from Guangdong. So maybe it will give us a very important hint to differentiate the jars between Fujian and Guangdong. So this is very important side for us. And also the map. So you can see that. And also in Vietnam, they also have the inscription on using the jars from drinking the white wine. But in China, they may also have some other purpose to put different kinds of foods or pickles or the goods selling to Southeast Asia. So in 2019, before the pandemic, I have a chance to study some sites in Vietnam, but because of the pandemic, so I cannot continue my work for the interview with them. But I can show you this picture. Actually, is a video, but because not enough time, I just want to show you the setting in their factory is 2-layer, and I find that it's very interesting. They the potter usually they do not wear any slippers or whatever when they make the pottery. So another thing is, and I also study the shop. They are selling the jars in the shops. so I can get some more information in Vietnam. But this part in Vietnam is still very preliminary. I hope that I can finish it after the pandemic. But today I want to show you, in particular, our study in Fujian, Cizao Kiln. So just show you briefly about the jars find from South China, in particular in Guangdong, Fujian, and also in central Vietnam in Binh Kiln. So this is a very important hint. In 2017, actually in Cizao, they have an exhibition organized by the local community called the Maritime Silver Vestige of Cizao Ceramics. So I noticed about this news and I hope to visit this village by myself. And luckily, we find the heirloom jars from the villagers' homes. Actually, you can easily find in the Philippines and some shipwrecks in Southeast Asia. So I went to visit the ancient kiln site from Songyuan period in Cizao, and also the recent kiln sites. They also have the productions on jars. So just show you some information. And we also interviewed the villagers on why they collect these ceramics products. And also the potters, how do they produce the jars by themselves by using different tools. So here is some discussion about I want to highlight in particular for underwater archaeologists. Right now, we still have a very little knowledge about the jar production during the Song period in South China. But because recently Quanzhou became the World Heritage Site, so they conduct a lot of archaeological excavation. I think it will be a good chance for us to re-examine the jar productions and also their relationship between Southeast Asia, in particular Vietnam, and their relationship between each other and also the regional networking in this platform. So here is the discussion. Right now, because the time is running out, so I want to show you my video. I hope that you can listen to us and try to make it short because I only have 5 minutes. So I try to, let's see what will happen. So can you hear the sound? So here is one of the reporter.
Yeah, I don't hear the sound, Sharon. So maybe if there's something particularly you want to raise, you could just talk over.
So can you? So can you hear the sound?
No, I don't see the video.
Oh, okay. I'll share again.
Okay, it's up.
Okay. So can you hear the sound? You can hear the sound, right?
I've still got no sound. I don't know if anyone else in the audience want to type in on the chat and let us know if you can hear that. But the visuals are hugely interesting and it has subtitles, so let's run with it.
Okay, I try to. Oh, so I don't know sound, so I just show you. So we do it in both Chinese and English, so the interpreter no need to translate it. So here is the site in Cizao, and you can see a lot of findings actually you can find from the shipwreck and also the sites in Southeast Asia. Oh, sorry. So can you see the video?
Yes, we can.
You can't or you can? You can.
We can see the video, we just don't have the sound.
Oh, okay. I don't know how to make it.
It might be a WebEx issue. It's a little bit
Okay.
cantankerous sometimes.
So they mentioned that these kilns also produce ceramic jars in
Catherine's just suggested perhaps afterwards, talk us through it, but perhaps afterwards, if it's online and we can access that, that would be wonderful as well. We can hear the sound.
Okay. So actually, he is the village leader to share how to fire the ceramics, and actually, he is also the potter. Yeah, and his father also the potter. So we went to visit the kiln site there and study what's going on and the study there. So this is the discard ceramics. They just put it for building the house. Okay, 然后我们就and we went to the workshop on how did Chizhao potter produce the ceramics, especially the jars. So they also use the husks of the rice cob put at the bottom of the jars. So they according to the height scale. So this is for glazing. So they demonstrate how to glaze the ceramics. So these are the tools on making the jars. So the ability to use the wooden caddy. So before 1949, they use ceramics for, yes, yeah. Okay, so I try to make it very, very fast. So we also talked to the potters on how did he produce ceramics, and right now it's totally changed to souvenirs to the visitors in Quanzhou. So he told us how to use the tools and how to make it, and for example, how to make the teapots. So he demonstrated the skills for us. So yeah, I think I should stop. It's over one. Yeah. Okay. So that I think that's it.
All right,
Yeah,
Sharon.
sorry, sorry for the it keep everything no sound. Yeah, but I tried to make it short. Yeah, because we went there for so I went there for several times. But unfortunately, because of the pandemic, I cannot get back there again. But I'm so happy after 2 years later, I can still show this short video to you guys, and I hope that I can finish my Vietnamese part and show you in the next conference. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharon. It's an absolute pleasure to have you speak, and I'm really sorry that the technology has hindered your video. Look, we are going to have, I think, a few hiccups today, and that's through no fault of the speakers. There's a couple of questions in the chat, because I'd just like to give you a couple of minutes to address those before we go on. I think that Hisako has, sorry, apologies. It's Catherine that has asked if it's possible to get a web link for the video. It's hugely interesting, and I think if it is online and we can access that, then people can watch that and come back to you with questions. What I would like to ask, though, is that I know with your previous research you have done a huge amount on shipwreck cargoes and porcelain. So I'm curious, is it how you have found that the ethnoarchaeological research has probably changed your perspective when you are dealing with archaeological remains? Do we still have you? Yeah, are you muted, Sharon?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, because I don't know why the option automatically mute my sound. Yeah. I know that today we have a lot of underwater archaeologists, and I just want to show you what's going on in South China. And I also know that Sarah right now in China, so she also know very much about that. But some recent finding, in particular in Guangzhou and also Quanzhou, we should put an eye on it. But the major problem is in Guangdong, they find some jars in Nanhai lumber shipware actually were produced in Guangdong. So that is a very critical problems on the Maritime Silk Road between the Nanhai lumber shipware and also between Southeast Asia and also in Fujian, because at that time, most of the researchers, they mainly think that the jars was mainly came from Fujian, but not Guangdong. But actually, they hybridize it for these two production sites. So I want to highlight this. And also, when I went to Chizhou, and you can see the collection, because most of the people, they think that they cannot find it. They just think that in South China, but actually in China, they try to differentiate between either Guangzhou and Quanzhou, because that are two different story. Yeah, so I hope that in the near future, after I really waiting for the pandemic piece finish so I can continue my work. But actually, this documentary, I finished it, and I hope that I can put it into our department channel. So I think I can share to all of you guys. But before I want to put my Vietnamese part all together with Ci Zhao. But if you guys want to see that, I can put the first part first. Yeah, but my journal article is forthcoming. So I hope that after my journal article publication, I can put this video all together and link with my journal article so you can understand more about the behind the scene and the story, and then we can have a more in-depth discussion on that. Because for this video is just visual things, but the journal article is more theoretical. So we may have a more in-depth discussions, and I can give you more insider information from South China and translate in English. Yeah. I hope that I answered your question.
No, I think that's a deal. You know, everyone is very keen to see that. But you're absolutely right. You're a fantastic researcher, and putting them together so that one informs the other, I think we will need to be patient and wait for that to happen. And when it does, we will invite you to have to come and give a keynote. Now, thank you very much, Sharon. Everyone give her a virtual clap. I am being hurried along. So I am your next speaker. So I hope with a little bit of, magic here. Thank you, Sharon, that I am allowed to share my screen with everybody. And unfortunately, I am still getting a message saying that I cannot share my screen. So with the permission of the staff, I think if everyone is amenable, we will cut straight to our next speaker, because he is playing by video. We've had a message that it's not just Jin Ho Shin that is going to put his video up, but our speaker from Japan is going to do the same. So if this is all right, please give me an indication in the chat. I think that will allow us to sort out the technical problems with my presentation and then split up the two videos. So if nobody in the chat has any issues with us bypassing me and then coming back to me, what I will do is introduce our intended to be our third speaker, who is a very esteemed researcher from Japan. His name is Hisako Ishiguri. He is in the audience today. And Hisako, you are a lecturer in the Department of Literature at Meiji University in Tokyo. We have not met before, so I am hugely interested in your presentation. Hisako, I know that you are going to speak on the gang of letters written on ceramics found in Taiwan, Japan, and also in mainland China. And these are coming from archaeological or maritime archaeological assemblages. So let's go with your video. And while we do that, I can send my presentation to somebody else, as Brian suggests, and get that played. So over to you, Hisako.
So video play?
Yes, video play. He's informed us in the chat while Sharon was speaking. Hisako, will you play that directly, or would you like the hosts to do that? If you could perhaps...
Please play my video, please. Maybe Chao Kuo-jin.
Hisako, did you provide it to the hosts? Because I did not receive that.
I can see my video on the some Chao Kuo-jin. already studied. Is it? Doesn't it? My
From
video is
Meiji
already.
University, Japan, I mainly study about ceramics written in ink. So today I want to talk about gang of letters on ceramics written in the ink by the maritime archaeology. In this report, I will examine gang and maritime sites such as Nanhai-wan, and characteristics of letters found are considered the meaning of ceramics with ink writing which relate to trade. Nanhai-wan is a sunken ship found in 1987. The discovery and excavation of this ship has connection to Japan. Cooperation with Asian Research Institute of Underwater Archaeology, headed by Tanabe Shozo, resulted in a China-Japan combination South China Sea underwater shipwreck investigation team being found in Guangzhou in November 1989, making the start of joint maritime excavation. However, after this cooperation with Japan ceased and excavation efforts stagnated. After 2022, a large-scale excavation was made possible by funds from the Chinese government. Under the policy, the full excavation and preservation in a different area, the salvage of Nanhai-wan took place from May to December of 2027. Nanhai-wan is stabilized in the Crystal Palace, a facility in the Maritime Silk Road Museum in Guangdong. After the discovery of Nanhai-wan, reports from the ocean excavation period from 1989 to 24, preliminary excavation in the Crystal Palace from 2011, and of further excavation from 2014 and 2015 have been published. In dating the Nanhai-wan, the copper coins in the reports point to the Qiandao era. In subsequent reports, the discovery of Jardin era coins has also been reported. In those reports of excavation, 1,120 items of ceramics with ink writing are recorded. From the enormous quantity of ceramics found in the Nanhai-wan, the number may seem small, but for over 1,000 items of ceramics with writing to be found from a single site is significant. Next, about Hakata site. The existence of ceramic with writing was first noted in the Japanese sites around Hakata in Fukuoka. From the Hakata site, which represent the remains of merchant Japanese city of Middle Age, and from 11th century to the mid the 16th century, Hakata served as the city of foreign trade in Japan. Excavation in the Hakata area has continued, and 820,000 square meters and 300,000 items have been excavated, and the 221st excavation was undertaken in 2019 to now. The main type of item excavated from the Hakata sites is ceramics, most from China. Ceramics with writing from the Hakata site has been collected, and ceramics with writing have been reported from archaeological sites near Hakata and Kitakyushu. Most examples from Hakata site date around the 12th century. Next, I want to speak about ceramics with ink writing from various sites. Not only Hakata sites and Nanhai-wan, ceramics with writing can be found in a number of sites around mainland China. The earliest examples are those from the Yan Liaofang site of Nanjing, Jiangsu province, which dated from the 3rd to 5th century. Ceramics with writing from periods later than the Yan Liaofang site in Nanjing from the Sui Tang dynasties are few in number. From the Luoyang castle remains and the Chang'an castle remains in Xi'an, remains in Changzhou in Jiangsu, and remains in Fuzhou in Fujian. A few examples have been founded. And it also the Chao Tan shipwreck in Vietnam, other than Chinese characters, examples with Indian and Arabic script from the 6th and 10th centuries have been reported. Ceramics with ink writing from the Song Yuan dynasties are numerous. From Japan Hakata sites, example from Chinese Southern Song period from the core of those found. In Fujian province, examples from several excavations have been reported. From shipwrecks other than the Nanhai one, the Huangguanzhou one of Xisha and remains of a Song vessel in Quanzhou Bay in Fujian province, several examples have been excavated. Examples are also reported from temple remains. Over 7 examples from the Banchaozhen remains in Shandong province, the site of Shibosu in the city of Mizhou from the Northern Song period exist. Ceramics with writing from the Yuan dynasty have been excavated from sites in Inner Mongolia. 2,609 examples from the Yanjialiang remains in Baotou city, which served as a hub in the Yuan dynasty, have been excavated. A similar transportation hub, the remains of Jininlu in the city of Ulanchab, has also yielded ceramics with writing. Examples have also been founded at ceramic producing kiln sites. 82 examples have been found in the maritime site in Mado in Korea. And 10 examples from Pengfu Island in Taiwan have also been confirmed. From Malaysia, Sarawak site, 48 ceramics with writing have been reported and date from the 11th to 13th centuries. Examples from grave site of the Song and Jin dynasties have also been found. And next, ceramics with gun. Ceramics with writing from the Song and Yuan period exist in large numbers, and questions of when the writing was done, where, by whom, and for what must be considered. However, individual examples only contain the information of a few letters. Characters common to various ceramics provide important clues. From examples from Hakata site and the nearby site, the characters guns stand out. The first example of ceramics with writing found in Hakata was one with Jangan. This was thought to be a designation of the owner. The individual gun show a representative of merchant group, but Kamei Akinori has taken some gun not as a shortened form of some gun show, but as different of the owner of product. From the 2,239 examples of ceramics with writing from the Hakata site, 221 examples contain gun. Examples of gun are also varied in number and are area from Japan. These are gun in North Kyushu area in Japan, and these are another site of Japan, just like Kumamoto, Nagasaki and Amami, and also in Kyoto Heian-kyo and Amagasaki Daimotsu. Other than the Hakata sites, the next numerous group of gang ceramics comes from Korea's Mud Maritime site. These are Gansu ceramics in Korea Mud Maritime site. The Xin'an shipwreck are representative of Korean maritime archaeology, sunk in 1323. From this ship, upwards of 100 wooden tugs for goods with gansu have been founded. Tugs with gansu have also been founded in a shipwreck in Chenzhou Bay dated to around 1276, as well as ball with gun. From the Nanhai one, 15 jars with gun and a pot with gun and Chao Chen Guangyong have been founded. This is the first time over 10 items with gun have been confirmed in the same ship. Also, for the same item to have both gun and Gongyong implies that gun does designate an item for common use among a group. Situated between mainland China and Taiwan, Pengfu Island has also been the site of a fine ceramics with gun. In collection of the Hong Kong Chinese University, there is a season blue-glazed kundi with gansu and a plate with gun. While examples of gun are found in Japan not only in Hakata sites but in other inland sites outside of Japan, they are disproportionately found on the coast in maritime sites or in shipwreck. The only inland example confirmed in a plate with her gun from the Nanyue Palace in Guangzhou. Next, I talking about gun show. In the record, example of gun with reference to overseas can be found, like the one below from the Song Hoya, this one. In this case, the purpose gun was a development of tributary status and the purchase of goods. In this kind of foreign commerce, the top is thought to have been the gansho or gansho, seen in the Song Hoya, the Song Shi referred to merchants operating overseas. Gan appears from the time period as the person responsible for official transportation. Also, gan was used to refer to private merchants as well. In the Pinzhou curtain, the following account can be found on this one. According to this account, under the gansho, Vice gansho, Zaji was selected from high-ranking merchants and promised punitive and property rights through the Sibosu. To be the person in charge of a trading vessel, the gansho permission from the Sibosu was required. In addition, some merchants required a permit from a foreign trade. A gonpin brought to Japan is recorded in the 20th volume of Choya Gunsai. Visitor from Chenzhou by the name Li Chong sought permission from the Sibosu of Minzhou. What was issued by the Sibosu was the gonpin. The gonpin was issued in 1105. The fourth year of Chonnin was dispensed to Li Chong as gansho. Hakata-kosh can be thought of as a generalized term for the Chinese traders trading with Japan in Hakata. It was thought that the ceramics with the letter gan showed position of the gansho. However, most of these ceramics were of low quality and not fit a merchant of a status of Hakata Goshu gansho because it is now generally thought they refer to product being possessed by the gan led by the gun show. From materials dating to the 12th century, we know the merchant from China who came to Japan obtained a gun pin from a sea boss, and the representative was the gun show. Even in the copying of sutras within Japan, Chinese merchants styled themselves as gun show. Gun show is attested in other written sources. Found in the Nanhua Chan Temple in Guangdong is an inscription on 154 out of 306 wooden arahat statues from the North Song from the Qinli period. On each status message from a patron is carved. Among these patrons are two Guangzhou Ganshou, Chen Da-an and Fan Mi. Also, the following text can be found on the stone inscription of Shang Yin Miao made in the 8th year of Shaoxing era, Yuan Ming Yao Guang, in Fujian province. Zhenzhou Ganshou Zhu Fang is the name of individual engaged in foreign trade. Records of Guangzhou Ganshou do not exist, but individual was wealthy enough to sponsor numerous arahat status. Using the name Ganshou, we can assume that this person was involved with trade. Dating ceramics with writing is difficult, but Gan examples from Hakata are estimated to be from the latest 11th to 12th century. Guangzhou Ganshou dates to the early 11th century, and the ceramics with Hegan from Guangzhou date to the northern Song. From the Korokan, which was abolished in the mid-11th century, examples with Gan have been unearthed. Shipwreck materials are important for the dating of ceramics. The coins from the Nanhai Wan are at least from Jading era, and the Zhenzhou Bay shipwreck coins are at least from Shenzhou era, and both contain ceramics with Gan. Zhenzhou Ganzhou Zhufang is attested to by the stone inscription from 1138, so from the 11th to 13th century, Gan, Gansu, and Ganshou who read them are confirmed to exist. The Ganshou and ceramics with Gan prior to this are thought to be an official trade, that is, private traders. According to Liao Dege, among the transporters Gan, there was both an official government Guanggang and civilian Kegang. However, the Guanggang were few in number, and most took the home of the Kegang, who undertook foreign trade while supplying their own capital to trade as private individuals, who also acted as official trade delegation. Guangshou obtained a zhuji from a sea boss. They obtained permission before undertaking foreign trade. When operating officially, their Ganshou appeared in official records. However, in their private capacity, their activities were not recorded. Ceramic with Gan left behind show this private activity. That Ganshou led groups called Gan or Gansu is not attested to in the historical record. However, ceramics with Gan date to the same late 11th to 13th century as do Ganshou in the official historical records. It can be noted that the Gan and Gansu or ceramics have some connections to these Ganshou. These ceramics as physical material attest to the private activities of the Ganshou, who, as noted by Liao, possessed both official and private sides. From the discovery of Nanhai Wan, the trade processes of trade groups have been illuminated. Also, through these ceramics with writing, their connection with inland sites such as those in Hakata have been made clear. Maritime archaeology plays an irreplaceable role in understanding the historical development of trade groups. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We really appreciate that. I would ask quickly if anyone has any questions for our speaker. Would they like to raise their hand or pop them in the chat? Okay, I cannot see any questions popping in. I think I'm the one having technical problems today. So thank you very much for your presentation. And I would ask then for our staff to kindly move on to the next presentation. I am currently trying to get Fisco working on a desktop and 3 laptops. So let's go to one of our dearest friends, Jin Ho Xin, who is Senior Research Curator at the Underwater Archaeology Division of the National Research Institute for Maritime Cultural Heritage in Korea. He has managed a number of significant excavations in the West Sea Division, and today he will be speaking via video on the Mongol heritages from China's perspective, that's Yuan dynasty, and the connections between China and Korea. So if you would please play his video, and then if we have time, we can come, and my technology works, we can come back to me. Thank you, everyone.
Of Maritime Cultural Heritage. Today I will present about Mongol Yuan-related cultural heritage found under the Sea of Korea. Classified Yuan-related cultural heritages found under the Sea of Korea. There are 3 categories. First type is Hanbyeolcho relic, 13th to 14th century. The second type is underwater found of Jeju Island. And the third type is southern China to Korea sea route remains, 12th to 14th centuries. The first type is Hanbyeolcho, the rebellion troops to Korea dynasty. We can find the relics, the southwest Korean peninsula, Jindo Myeongyang historic site. There uncovered a lot of historic remains like 4-eared bottle from Yuan and anchor stone, also from southern China, and ceramics, and stone cannonball, and coins and bottles. This is evidence battle between Korea dynasty allied Mongol troops and the Hanbyeolcho rebellion. This is bottles found in Jeju, 13th to 14th century, near Hangpaduri fortress. This also ceramics found in Jeju Island, Hangpaduri Fortress. Mongol town in Jeju Island, 13th to 14th century. We can see red circle area where Mongol people lived there to raise horse and provide the horse to the Yuan dynasty. There was a good circumstances to raise horse here in Jeju Island at that time. The second type is underwater found of Jeju Island. There was triangle trade relations between Korea, Jeju Island, and Japan. In the southern part, like Mingzhou, to Jeju Island, and to Japan, like Hakata and Kyoto, there was a midpoint, a base point in Jeju Island to export ceramics from southern part of China. Also in Jeju Island, Shinchangli, there was underwater excavation, which is related to the trade between China and Japan in 12th to 13th century. In Shinchangli, we discovered from underwater like these ceramics. Harbin Yubam, Chinese character stamped bottom of the ceramics, and Kumok Mandam, also their stamped bottom of the ceramics. All the ceramics is from Nansung. This is also the underwater picture stamp, underwater exposure. The stamp is covered from the underwater, inscribed like this: Kumbong stamp, Cho Hyung-in stamp. Also, Shinchangli underwater, there was a lot of ceramics from Nansung, 12th to 13th centuries. Mostly the ceramics made in the Lungking Yao. Also, this is a discovery from Southeast Sea of Jeju, which is made in Lungking Yao. This is also the found Southeast Sea of Jeju, which is made Lungking Yao, 13th to 14th century. This also discovered Southeast Sea of Jeju, which is made in Lungking Yao, 12th to 13th century. The third type is South China to Korea sea route relics. It takes about 20 days from Mingzhou to Korea Dynasty, capital city of Kaegyeong. The route in the midpoint, Huksando, and there are many islands. There was ceramics that explained that there was a trade between the two countries in the Middle Ages. The famous Shinai ship, the Shinai shipwreck, also there. Originally, Shinai ship is destined to Japan, Hakata and Kyoto. Unfortunately, the Shinhan ship sunken in the sea, southwest Shinhan, Korea. This is the Shinhan shipwreck foundings. Almost all the remains was ceramics and coins and rosewood and ship. This is a ceramic box. In the box and the coins. The total weight of the coins is about 28, and the total ceramics is about 1,000 of ceramics are there. This is a rose which found in the Shinhan shipwreck. The rosewood is from Southeast Asia and Sri Lanka. The rosewood, maybe 1,000 pieces, is very expensive, more than ceramics. This is a Shinhan ship and cross-section of the Shinhan ship. This is a wooden peg discovered from the Shinhan ship. The wooden peg explained when ship parted Mingzhou and ship is destined to go. We easily recognize this ship is originally destined to go to Tohokuji, which is in Kyoto. And the departure day is 1323, March 6. This is ceramics from Shinhan shipwreck. More than 20,000 pieces of ceramics are there, and the ceramics mainly made in Longqing-Yao and Jingdechen-Yao, and some of it is from local kiln. This is ceramics, Huksan Island. The Huksan Island is a midpoint to go to capital city of Koryo Dynasty. This is sea root found ceramics, South Cholla Province, Sea. This also ceramics found around the South Chungcheong Province, Sea area. And this is very famous sea area. Mado Sea Route is very famous for the international underwater excavation. There were also many ceramics and anchor stone from all over the world. This is a ceramic from mostly from Fujian-Yao. In the bottom of the ceramic, there were Chinese character. That means the company's name, the owner of the company's name. And we can easily recognize where these ceramics from and where these ceramics are made at that time. This is an anchor stone found under the sea of Taean-mado. Most of the anchor stones were made in Korea, but in the front, this is from China, southern part of China, like Cheonzhou and Ningzhou area. That means Mado area in the Yuan dynasty and Song dynasty, there were many ships from China. Taean-mado underwater found ceramics classified like this. The origin is Fujian, Jiangxi, Zhejiang, Jiangsu, and Hebei. And the era is mostly Song to Yuan dynasty. And the production kiln is mostly Fujian, Mincheng Yao. This is a sample of ceramics. Total amount of ceramics 136. Maybe more than 90% is made Fujian area. We easily can understand there was an active trade relationship between Yuan dynasty and Korea dynasty. Especially Jeju Island is the middle point to Japan in the Middle Ages. There are also active exchange of envoys between Yuan dynasty and Korea dynasty. Also, sometimes Song dynasty dispatched the envoys to Korea. In the Sea of Korea, there are many vestiges and evidences, mutual trade in the age of 13th and 14th centuries. So today, I present all of our members. There are vestiges and evidences, any trade activities between Yuan dynasty and Korea dynasty. In the near future, we will have a chance to meet together post-corona era. Today, I'm not good at computer operation, so I present to you the simple and very short present to you. In the near future, we get together in the Korea or Japan or China. At that time, we get together and exchange a lot of opinions about the exchange in the Middle Ages between China and Korea and Japan. Thank you, all the members, and I'm very appreciate participate in the international conference. Thank you, my fellows. Bye-bye.
Well, a very big thank you to Jin Ho Shin. Okay, can everybody hear me? Okay, so thank you everybody for your patience with my technology failures today. We've traveled from southern China to Vietnam to Japan and Korea, and now back past China to Cambodia. So today I'll be presenting our preliminary work on the archaeology of maritime trade and cultural exchange in the Kosadak archipelago. I do not seem to have control over my PowerPoint, so I'm wondering if this is... If you guys can still hear me, would you please just give me an indication of that? This is potentially the worst session that I've ever been responsible for, but I will press on. Okay, wonderful. Cliff, thank you for that indication. I can't seem to move my PowerPoint on. So although you guys can see that, unfortunately we might just be, finally, not stuck and getting underway. So, the maritime archaeology of trade and exchange in the Kosadak archipelago. The work is by no means complete, as the pandemic has put pay to that, as it has to many of the researchers' work who you've been hearing about today. I will present a broad overview of where we were at with this current project, with the details, hopefully, to be filled in at the next AP Conf. I'll start by introducing Cambodia, then I'll locate the Kosadak archipelago so that you can see where it is, because it is the focus of today's discussion. I will then situate the archipelago along the maritime silk routes, or as I have recently started to refer to these as the Ming maritime routes. I'll then provide a short overview of the connections between what is now China and Cambodia, primarily in China's early Ming dynasty, which coincides with Cambodia's late Angkor period. I'll give some indications of the work that's been done to date, provide preliminary results, and outline what is yet to be done as part of our 5-year China-Cambodia Underwater Cultural Heritage Cooperation Program. So, let's begin. For those of you who are not familiar with Cambodia, it is a small mainland Southeast Asian nation of approximately 17 million souls, seen by the red flag. The state is situated by modern-day Vietnam, which sits to its east, Thailand located to its west, Laos lies to the north, and its coastline forms the border with the Gulf of Siam to the south. From Phnom Penh, which is highlighted by the red pin, if you head further south to the coast of Kokong province, you will meet the 12-island Kosadak archipelago, which is located approximately 1 kilometer offshore. Kosadak is the main island in the chain, and in English we call that King Island. Kosadak is, as aforementioned, situated along the maritime silk routes, or as I'm starting to play with calling them, the Ming maritime silk routes. It's between a very well documented and historically significant series of coastal entreports, mainly Hoi An, Otaya, and Malacca. So it's here that we have started inventorying known heritage items, identifying new ones, and investigating the research potential of Kosadak's submerged archaeological sites. At this point, I would like to give a swift acknowledgement to SPMA, the Society for Post-Medieval Archaeology, for providing the research grant which seed funded our reconnaissance. Now, as a result of the reconnaissance, we have identified approximately, in some cases re-identified or relocated, 10 underwater cultural heritage sites, 3 of which are at significant risk of damage or destruction. 2 of the 3 are located in the Kosadak archipelago. And you can see the location of the first known site and shipwreck that's referred to as the Kosadak wreck. The second area is an archaeological area, or an area really of high potential, and that is centered around Condor Reef. So the Kosadak wreck is approximately 25 nautical miles offshore, and Condor Reef an additional 5. Kosadak wreck is where our research originates, and we'll now consider what these sites can contribute to our understanding of the materiality of Sino-foreign maritime trade and cultural exchange in the Gulf of Siam, as it's called in Cambodia, about 1450 to 1750. We've chosen this period, referenced by Graves and Bevan, Nancy if you're in the audience, as well as others, as early modern, a time of burgeoning scale and intensity of regional maritime trade that's been referred to by Reid as the Age of Commerce, or by Lee and Lockhart as the water frontier. So initial indications are that the onset, or at the onset of the early modern period, which is mid-15th century, marked a new phase of European engagement with groups on the region's coastal littoral. Although we have archaeological evidence, and I'll show you a little later, for that European engagement, our belief is that the current understanding of the transformations of the early modern period substantially underestimate the role of contemporary local inland, and that's formed a lot of Graves and Bevan's and Tepp's work, and inland coastal cultural exchange networks across the region. So let's come back to the title of my presentation at the moment, which is really Sino-Cambodian connections. So many accounts of ancient Cambodia appear in the China Chronicles. There's an unestablished legend that those who study Cambodia will know suggests the first embassy from Cambodia to China, or the Indo-Chinese Peninsula, was in 1110 BCE. But the Chinese treatise on geography, Dili Zhi, volume of the Book of Han, Han Shu, is actually considered to be the earliest reliable documentary record. And that's what I have quoted in previous presentations, which gives us a date of 111 BCE for the first contact, where Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty sent a group of envoys carrying gold and silk to Southeast Asia. Over the following 2,000 years, the annals clearly connote a close relationship between the empires and record a steady increase in the number and frequency of state visits, and with a significant tradition of Sino-Cambodian cultural exchange of goods, ideas, knowledge, people, culture, and community. And some of Sharon's research is certainly touching on that. But coming into the Ming Dynasty, when China is considered to have been at its the height of its maritime power, when it inspired to incorporate foreign polities into a system of hierarchical, political, and socio-economic tributary maritime relationships, which centered on the Ming court. And it is this that we are kind of particularly interested in, because it coincides with several records in the Ming Shi Lu, or Ming veritable records, that really helped us focus down on these 3 sites having verified the inventory. So the Ming Shi Lu, between 1400 and 1500, gives us 46 entries related to Cambodia in this early Ming period. 27 are tribute missions, during Hongwu reign. 11 are made during Yongle, which is the emperor that was responsible for promoting and originating the Zhonghe voyages. 1 in the year of Xuandi, also 1 in Jiangtong, and now we're at like 1435 to 1449. Then it goes on. We have 2 in the reign of Jingtai, so we're looking 1449 to 1457, and 1 each in the reigns of emperors Chenghua, Hongzhi, Jia Jing, and Wan Li. And Wan Li's reign ends at 1620. So this, for us, is particularly interesting. All of these entries refer to Cambodia as Dien La, while the last entry in 1580 CE uses Cambodia's present-day Chinese name, Jianpujai, which is adopted in Wan Li period. But importantly for us, there's 5 entries, namely those made during Xuandi, Zhongtong, Jingtai, Changhua reigns that are contemporary with the Kosadak shipwreck. And this is where we're going to focus today. So Ming Dynasty, 1368 to 1644, but really that early period, circa 1400 to kind of 1500. Now, the Kosadak Rock is located, I think as I showed you before, about 20 kilometers off the coast of, I'm going to go back to that, the Kokong province, discovered in 2005, salvaged in 2006, and thanks to Nancy Bevan's earlier work, has been effectively radiocarbon dated or dated using a variety of means to 1405 to 1490. So this is why we're focusing on that 1400 to 1500 period. Although a number of ceramic artifacts and 2 ship planks were removed from the wreck site, retained material indicates that the ceramics are predominantly Thai export ware, and we'll skip forward to that, and dated to the middle of the 15th century, this period that we're talking about as the age of commerce. And that also coincides with the height of tribute and diplomatic voyages between China and what was then Anchor Kingdom. These jars are small, medium, and large brown glazed jars. They are typologically identified as originating in Singburai, and their name on Noi, and that's work that Louise Court has done. They also included ceramic basins, bowls, mortars, candies, tableware, and a lot of Sachanalai, Northern Thai production. Earthenwares, and you're seeing some of them here. Earthenwares included cooking pots, lids, and stoves. There are a few Chinese ceramic bowls that were recovered. Originally, they were interpreted as being maybe personal items, but we feel that there may be room for a reassessment on that, because the items that form the assemblage, which is some 900 pieces of pottery, are not the entire assemblage. So we're not having a whole collection to work with, unfortunately. And I've thrown this quote up, which you guys have seen me use before, because I think it's also important when we're talking about ship technology and the hybridization and transfer of technology as well as the cultures. It's important to consider how people use those those ships. So just refocusing down on the period in question, we have other items such as lacquerware, lead tokens, a beetle box, metal ingots, cannon, ivory, and sandstone. And this article relates to that salvage that I was referring to. Unfortunately, soon after the wreck, was found, divers were engaged to go and recover as much as possible. And what you're seeing here is certainly not a photo that I took, but one of that material being brought into shore. And this is the remnants of the looted ceramics that I've been describing. Now, there were about 23 planks that were recovered. Resin from those planks was determined to be from the Bersaraceae family. The wreck was originally interpreted to be of a short-haul Southeast Asian trading vessel. However, the presence of some Ming ceramics and a hand cannon, and this is hugely important and initially I think was and thankfully discarded, suggests that there is a good reason for reinterpretation. And because these were manufactured and used only by the military, we know that they were on diplomatic vessels. So I mentioned the dates that were provided. They have come from a couple of sources. There was a conventional radiocarbon age given for a lacquered vessel that was about 475 plus or minus 22 years BP. That was calibrated to a probable calendar age of about 1440 to 1459. And actually, we're looking at two standard deviations. That's 95.4% probability, dates of 1428 to 1482. So it puts us square in the early Ming Dynasty. It overlaps with those notes that we're getting from the Ming Shi Wu, the entries in the Ming Shi Wu about particularly those 5 diplomatic voyages. And interestingly, it raises the question, is the limited number of ceramics because it wasn't cargo for trade, was it tribute? And how much of the original assemblage are we actually dealing with? Now, during the subsequent sorting and cataloguing of that big pile of material that you saw earlier, and a shout out to Veronica and Soccer for their work on the timbers. Here you can see lead ingots and elephant tusks that has been attached to metal objects, potentially as an anchor. We have not done the detailed analysis on this as yet. But we also found, and here's the cataloguing and sorting, Chinese Longquan celadon ware, also called greenware or tingsi, greenware or tingsi dishes, white celadon lidded bowls, and blue and white ware, notably with a qilin, which is a really significant mythical unicorn in Chinese culture. So as the Chinese material was only identified after Nancy had done that original inspection and dating, it's really starting to reshape how we're viewing this collection, and we hope that additional work on survey excavation and recovery on the hull, as well as remaining assemblage, will help to shed light on that. Now, given the time, I'll skip forward to Condor Reef, and this is a really interesting archaeological area for us. As I said, it's located about 30 nautical miles off the coast. The name Condor came from the fact that a German wreck Condor, a German ship Condor, wrecked on the reef and gave it its name. It was previously uncharted, but what we have found there is a significant amount of Ming and Qing porcelain. So we're looking from 1368 really up to 1911, the final 2 empires. And for us, this is one of the key areas that we are wanting to investigate. It is a treacherous granite reef. It rises about 30 meters from the seafloor, and it was unfortunately investigated I'll say in inverted commas, by Mike Hatcher in the 70s and early 80s. And you'll see also some stills we've got from his expeditions that aren't just showing porcelain, but are showing two Admiralty anchors, some ballast, and what appears to be a British, if not Northern European gun. So we're not simply analysing the Sino-foreign maritime exchange, but now we've got evidence of what's been reported as that the European contact, and we believe there's about 7. Well, there are 7 documented wrecks here, and that's in addition to the source of the Ming and Qing porcelain. So I am going to leave it there with you today. Once we are back on site and we're able to do the work that we had originally proposed, we will certainly, as Sharon will with her work, keep you updated. I wanted to acknowledge everybody who has contributed a lot of blood, sweat and tears to get us to this point, and well into the future, and say thank you. It's been a bit of trouble with my technology today, so I appreciate all of you that have stuck with us. And I think now's the point to say, if there's any questions, not just for myself, but anything that remains unanswered from the other speakers, that although we are dreadfully over time, I think it would be great to spare at least 5 minutes just to raise any of those. So thank you, and over to you in the audience. Sharon, thank you for your question. Turn your microphone on, please.
Okay, thank you, Sarah, for your presentation. I just want to add some. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, add some notes because I also went to Hong Kong there with some Chinese expert from Beijing Palace Museum, I think around 2006 or 2007.
Yes.
Yeah, we also visit the collection of the shipwreck from Hong Kong. And at that time, the official, I think maybe he shifts elsewhere, he showed us around 5 to 6 main 景德镇 blue and white porcelain boats to us.
Yes.
For identification. Yeah, so I just give you some note on that for you, especially right now you work on the Kokong shipwreck. At that time, we went to visit in the hotel. Yeah, they put all the shipwrecks collection there. Yeah, so I still wonder whether it's really a tribute or the goods by Perfect Trade. So you should be very careful if you link up with Zheng He. Zheng He tribute, yeah. And another thing, because you also collaborate with Lancy, I think it's good to link up with her work with soccer in the Cameraman Mountain.
Yes.
Because they also discover a lot of jars from Melamno or Santbury. Yeah, in particular, Melamno from Thailand. So it's extremely interesting how come they use the jars from Thailand, but in Kokong they also have Chinese bowls from Jindajan. Also in Angkor in Cambodia, we also find main ceramics and other findings by, I think, Nala Institutes and Frinda by Martin. They also find some Chinese ceramics and Thai jars in Longback.
Yes.
Yeah, so maybe you can, yeah, I think you can link them up together. They did a lot of work, maybe it's somehow related to the Chinese merchants or the ancestor. Maybe they have the interracial marriage between the Chinese and the Cambodian. Yeah, so just give you some information about that.
Well, at
We
the
call that
moment,
post-on Korean period.
yeah, we don't
Yeah,
know.
but it's very interesting for your presentation. Yeah, thank you.
So let's have that conversation separately, because I know that you're doing a huge amount of work on the ceramics there too. And I think once we're able to get back to site, I'd love to get you involved in that. So thank you. Okay, is there anybody else that has a question for any of the speakers? Because although Jin Ho Shin is not with us, his colleague Jung Young Hwa is in the audience, and we also have Hishikiro in the audience. So although they present it on video, we can still take questions. If not, I give you another 30 seconds to stick something into the chat. Then I'll say thank you to everybody, all of you, the speakers, those that prepared their videos, the staff that are helping us, and most of all, everyone in the audience for dealing with my technological issues. So thanks to everybody. And back to, I think, Abby or our staff for the next steps.
Hello. We would like to thank Dr. Wer, Dr. Wang, Dr. Ishiguro, and Dr. Jin for their wonderful presentation. And although we are already over time right now, after some discussion, we decided to go along with the schedule. So for the next session, that is session 11, we will meet again here at May 1:35 p.m. in Taipei time. So we hope we will see you again in 20 minutes. Thank you. And we are sincerely sorry for the technical difficulties.
coast of India from the 13th to the 20th century CE. Dr. Sawakamur, are you there?
I'm very glad to be part of this particular ETI conference. Now I'll share my presentation and start presenting some of my ideas. Second. Yeah. I hope you can see my presentation. Textile trade and hinterland settlements in the lower Kaveri Valley on the Coromandel coast of India from 13th to 20th century is the title of my presentation. In this presentation, I am trying to focus on the textile trade and the hinterland settlements, how these settlements were connected, how textile production took place, and how different communities were involved. My study area focuses on southern part of India, and which has very important port settlements dating from the early centuries of the Common Era. And this lies on the southeastern coast of India. If you look at this particular map, you can see there were a number of ports which were active in different period of time. But my focus is mainly on the late medieval period and also on the colonial period. And this is the lower Kaveri Valley. This is River Kaveri. And there are numerous settlements located along the coast. For example, we have Porto Nova, which was a settlement of Islamic merchants. Then we have Tirumullai Voyal, number 2. Then Trankupar, which was an important settlement of the Danish. And then Kaveri Kumpattinam was another settlement of early period. Then we have Karaikal, a French enclave, Nagaur, again a settlement of
Just
Islamic.
click on the slideshow. We could see all your slides. Could you make the slideshow? Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, right, yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Thank you.
These are some of the important settlements where we have evidence for Portuguese, Dutch, and French and Danish activities, mainly during the colonial period after 16th century. But my focus is mainly on the hinterland settlements where we have evidence for textile production. These hinterland areas is considered very fertile because of the river Kaveri and its flood activity. From 13th centuries onwards, what happens is there have been movement of from different parts of India, especially those from Saurashtra and northern part of South India, mainly Andhra and Karnataka. We have a lot of evidence for the movement of these traders into this particular areas, and these traders settled nearby the temple towns, and they contributed to the new phase of urbanization in this period. One of the group is called silk weavers or pattunulkarers. They are mainly from Saurashtra, that is in the present day Gujarat region, and they moved towards southern part of India after 13th century onwards. What happens in the history of southern part of India after 13th century? We see a lot of mercantile activities and long distance trade emerging. This, in fact, induced the movement of crafts persons into South India. My main argument is that because of these trade activities, many of the craft groups moved from northern part of peninsular India and beyond into the southern part of India, and they settled mainly in the temple towns in the hinterland areas. And this colonial settlements port, emergence of colonial ports, in fact, facilitated this particular trade. So this is my main argument. For this, I have looked at different communities, and I have also looked at various epigraphical and textual sources. We have excavated one archaeological site where we have evidence for these uh, weavers activity in certain quarters. One of the community was, which already I mentioned, Pattanulkaras, who were focused in mainly in Madurai, Kumbakonam and certain important towns. So they generally prefer to settle themselves in the hinterland area. Although the main export of their commodities were through the ports, they did not prefer to locate in the coastal area. Their settlements are found in the hinterland, mainly around the temple towns. Because they chose the temple town because of the safety that they offered, and they could undertake their weaving activities. Another community is called Devanga Chettiar, who are Kannada speaking. They also migrated from the Karnataka region into the Kaveri Delta, and they have occupied some of the important temple settlements. For example, there is a copper plate inscription of Vijayanagara period datable to 1602 found at Tirukadayur, which is very close to Trankubar, where these people are involved in some temple-oriented activities. So when we see all these communities of weavers speaking Kannada and Telugu and Saurashtra, Gujarati languages moving into this area because of the urbanization that happened in the late medieval and early modern period. And I have traced all that evidence. And also these communities are still living in many of these places, and interestingly, they are also undertaking weaving activities in these areas, and these weaving activities continue even to this day. Padmasalin or Pattasalin is another community. They moved from northern part of Coromandel coast from Andhra Pradesh down to southern India, and their settlements are found all over in this particular region. They not only settled in the Kaveri Delta, also in the hinterland. So these communities were ideally located in different areas. And coming to the inscriptional evidence, we have a lot of references to these, to the cotton as well as cotton trade, as well as these merchants from 12th centuries onwards. The number of inscriptions increased after 13th century. And we have these inscriptions talking about the movement of goods and charging a portion of tax. And also there is a reference to tax on the weaving instrument, thari. Thari is the weaving instrument, and there are reference to such taxation on many inscriptions. These are the inscriptions of South India, which talk about, for example, Kollapuram. Some of these inscriptions are from northern part of southern India. They talk about different kind of cotton yarn and their tax on these objects, also on the silk and other materials. Interestingly, we also find these Kaikola weavers. They are Tamil speaking weavers. They are also settled in a number of settlements in this area. Before 13th centuries, these communities had probably a lower rank in the social order. After 13th century, because of the importance of the textile trade, these communities became important, and they were allowed to settle in a portion called, in a temple town called Madavilagam, where they were given place for undertaking their weaving activities. We also have a lot of references to taxation. In some villages, they were, taxed exorbitantly. Because of these high taxation, and these people had to move away. Then the government reduced the tax in order to re-encourage them to settle in these temple towns. We see a lot of these activities recorded in the inscriptions of 13th and 14th centuries, and these inscriptions mainly belong to the Vijayanagara Nayaka period, mainly 13th 14th century, wherein during that time where we see increase in the long distance maritime trade and textile activities, and we find a lot of such inscription in which these weavers also became important in the temple affairs, and they are also referred to as Kasaya Vargam, a kind of communities who pay tax in cash. So some degree of monetization is also noticed, and many of these villages, these people occupied a particular quarters very close to the temple, and that is the settlement pattern we see in this period. So we excavated one particular site called Nangur, where we found evidence for occupation right from early historic period. This settlement is very close to the coastal region near Nagapattinam, wherein we found certain structures associated with the weaving activities. This was informed by the local landowner. So they gave us permission. We could notice certain structures which were used as a tank for dyeing the cloths. This we excavated. This dates to 18th, 19th century. It is in this place we have still the quarters of the weavers at the place called Nangur. This is another view of the structure, house of the weaver found in Nangur. And coming to this trade activities, we have a lot of colonial records talking about the intense trade in textile, mainly in the 17th century, and generally it is argued the trade declined after 18th century because of the colonial policies. So we have a lot of such evidence. In addition to that, in some of these villages, even today, we have these weavers still present, and they are making. We documented some of the villages. This is at the village of Gangikonda Chodapuram, where still they are making. So interestingly, we have continuity of evidence apart from the inscriptions and paper documents. We have also these communities living in particular quarters, and their residential quarters name itself indicate these people have been living. And we could notice at another village Kannada speaking weaver settlement, and in that way we could identify all the communities that are mentioned in the inscription even in present day context. However, they have transformed themselves. So if you go to some of the villages, you will find only one or two weaving settlement in this area. Coming to the conclusion part, so when we look at the overall evidence, archaeological as well as epigraphical as well as contemporary settlement and paper documents, it is very clear that the textile trade boosted somewhere from 12th and 13th centuries, and it is during this time these craft groups became an important entity in many of these settlements, who also became socially upward because of their involvement in textile production. And many of these settlements, they encouraged these weavers to settle in their towns so that they could get some income through these activities, because these weaving instruments were taxed 1 panam or 2 panam or 3 panam, one type of currency that was prevalent during that period, and this contributed to the urbanization. So when we look at the lower Kaveri Valley settlement pattern during this late medieval and colonial period, apart from agricultural agrarian activity, the craft production was very important, and many of these communities migrated as far as from say Gujarat and Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka into this lower Kaveri Valley because of the long distance maritime trade activities, for which we have a lot of colonial documents datable to the Portuguese, Dutch and Danish period, and textile was one important commodity. And I argue that one of the reasons for the urbanization in this late medieval and early modern period is due to the long distance interactions and connectivity, and this supported the port activities along the Coromandel coast, which in turn encouraged craftspersons from different parts of South India to move into this particular region, and these communities settled not only in the coastal area, they were spread all across. Generally, they preferred towns with some kind of temples, because it was during this time lot of commotion and conflicts took place. There was political instability because of the movement of Vijayanagara and also other invasions. Because of these reasons, these communities settled in the temple towns in certain part of the areas, and the local communities also encouraged their settlement by waiving of the tax. Initially, these communities were charged higher tax. Because of the heavy taxation, they preferred to move away from the settlements, which in turn influenced the policy of the local bodies and local administrators. They encouraged the crafts group to resettle in that area so that the trade activities could flourish. So from this particular case study, we see the migration of the craft groups into the Coromandel coast because of the long distance interaction, and this contributing to the urbanization in the Coromandel coast along with the activities of the colonial power. So we should visualize the development of urbanization as a part of a process which involved local craft production as well as long distance interaction contributed by the colonial power. These are some of the observations that I have. Thank you. Right.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Lots of interesting material there for discussion. So we'll keep the presentations going. We'll have a question and answer at the end of the four. The next presentation we have is from Mahinda Kururatna and Muhammad Sultan Muhammad Salim, talking about the two Arabic epigraphs from the ancient port of Amalagoda, Sri Lanka. Sorry for the pronunciation. Maybe you could do a better job of introducing, I'm sure, your presentation. Mahinda or Muhammad, are you there? Okay, we can't hear you. Still can't hear you.
Hello, Jeffrey.
Yep.
It's a video presentation. It's a video
It's a
presentation. I
video.
already sent you the. Yeah. Please play it.
Okay. Thank you. So somebody start.
Hello everyone. Have a nice day for everyone. I am Mahinda Karunaratne from Sri Lanka. I am working for the Department of Archaeology Sri Lanka. My topic is two earliest Arabic epigraphs found from the ancient port at Ambalangoda, Sri Lanka. This is the objective of our research, examining two Arabic epigraphs found from the ancient port at Ambalangoda and the role of the port through maritime archaeology facts are the main objectives of this research. You can see here the location of the site. The Ambalangoda port located in this area. This is the Ambalangoda located in a Sri Lankan map here. So when we consider about the historical background of Ambalangoda, according to the Great Chronicle Mahavamsa and the Samdesha Kavya or the messenger poems in Sri Lanka, they were not mentioned about the activities of the ancient port at Ambalangoda. However, this chronicle already have mentioned about the related area nearby the Ambalangoda area. According to the folklore and the maritime archaeological facts, the natural port Ambalangoda was more popular after the 13th century AD. So this is the research history. 14th April 1990, Department of Archaeology Sri Lanka and some volunteers have carried out some research in this area. And also in 2007, Ambalangoda Harbour Development Project also carried out some excavations there. And 1st of March to 10th of April 2012, Maritime Archaeology Unit of MAU of the Central Cultural Fund of Sri Lanka has carried out an underwater archaeological excavation also there. Not only it, some researchers such as Somasiri DAY1 in 2007 and 2013, and also Mr. Rasika Muthukumaran in 2013, and the current author of this research paper, Mahinda Karunaratne, 2016, 2017, and 2018. They have published some information on these Arabic epigraphs in their research papers. So when we consider about the Department of Archaeology and the volunteers, 14th of April 1998, they have carried one of the investigation there. So timbers and various types of artifacts had emerged from approximately 50 meters from the Ambalangoda Harbour port for this research group. Most of the artifacts that had captured by the private person. So on 14th May 1998, a maritime archaeology team, Department of Archaeology and volunteers, they had carried out a preliminary investigation in the harbour, Ambalangoda. So then they have prepared a report, preliminary report, called as Ambalangoda Shipwreck Report on Preliminary Investigations. According to the eyewitnesses, the timbers were laid parallel to the shore of Ambalangoda. However, the team did not unearth the position of this shipwreck. Most of the artifacts found from this site had sold to the local dealers. The team gathered the information about the artifact through the interviews with eyewitnesses. Locals brought out various artifacts from their house and allowed to be photographed and recorded. So this group, they have recorded 21 artifacts under 8 categories A to H. Under these groups, I'll show the table later. So like this artifact they have recorded, such as wooden plank, porcelain, small coconut, piece of rock. Like these artifacts they have recorded, cannonballs, porcelain. So these are the pictures of that artifacts that discovered from the harbour. Wooden planks, granite stones, like these copper alloy vessels, some copper alloy wheel-shaped objects, like this porcelain fragment, some coconuts, and also a piece of ropes, like this iron instrument with ivory hand, cannonballs, like these objects. So when we consider about the Ambalangoda Port Development Project in 2007, several types of artifacts emerged while the excavation of the seabed of the port. So this is the excavation in 2007. So while the excavation in the port, they have unearthed like these artifacts such as cowrie shells, Cyprea moneta, scientific name, copper alloy plates, techniques, especially thousands of cowrie shells they have discovered. They like this artifact also, especially like these copper alloy plates. So when we consider about the archaeological excavations in the port of Ambalangoda, 1st of March to 10th of April in 2012, the Maritime Archaeology Unit of Central Cultural Fund has carried out one of the underwater exploration and also excavation in the port area. in this place in Ambalangoda port. They have excavated like this, excavation grid of the site. During the excavation, some photographs belong to the excavation in 2000. So this is the special part of our research paper, the Arabic epigraphs found from the port or the harbor at Ambalangoda. I told you, they have discovered 5 copper alloy plates like this. This is the first one. This is the second copper alloy plate with the epigraphy, Arabic epigraphy. The length of the epigraphy is 71.68 millimeters. Depth of the letters about 1 millimeters. Length of a letter about 10.667 millimeters. This is the third copper alloy plate. This is the fourth one and final one, fifth one. Here also you can see an epigraph, Arabic epigraph. Length of the epigraphy about 71.68 millimeters. Depth of the letters about 1 millimeters. Length of the letter 10.6867 millimeters. Like this epigraphy in the reverse of the plate. This is the stamp page of the epigraphy, Arabic epigraphy. So this is the epigraphy 2. Here actually can be seen in the copper alloy plate 5, also in the same place, reverse area of the plate. This is the stamp page of that epigraphy. So special thing is that both of epigraphs are totally similar. So this is the translation of the epigraphy. This is the Arabic translation. Mene Lahu Said Abdul Rab. It is the translation, Arabic translation. Mene Lahu Said Abdul Rab. I don't know it's correct or not. So this is the English translation. Mr. Abdul Rab awarded to him. This is the stamp page. This is the real epigraphy on the reverse of the copper plate. Description of the epigraphs. Actually, Arabic is a language of the Quran and it's religious languages of all Muslims. Literary Arabic, usually called classical Arabic, is essentially the form of the language found in the Quran. When we consider about the epigraphy, epigraphs are written from right to left. These Arabic letters was written without dotting. It's a special point of this epigraphy. You cannot see any dots with these epigraphy letters. But when we consider about the modern Arabic letters, you can see some dots with the letters. So when we consider about the epigraphs, the dots found today in Arabic writings were one of the first innovations that came after the spread of Islam. Before the dots, people read the text without any dots. They could do this through their experience. Arabic writing has been used in dots since the dotting system was first invented. Abu al-Aswad al-Dulai in 603 to 688 AD to prevent, especially for grammatical errors. He was a close companion of 4th Khalifa Ali bin Abi Talib and Gamarian. He was the first to place dots on Arabic letters and the first to write on Arabic linguistics. This Arabic letter had been written without dotting. It reveals the early era before Islam. because after introducing Islam, dotting to Arabic was introduced to make it easy to recite the Holy Quran. Ceylon was earlier known to the Arabs on accounts of its pearl fisheries and trade in precious stone and spices, and Arab merchants had formed commercial establishments there centuries before the rise of Islam. When we consider about the Arabs in Sri Lanka, early travelers of various parts of the world have been mentioned in their records. I have given you some examples here. Pliny and Cosmos, Balashuri, Shabri, Soliman, Edirsi, Marco Polo, Meriginoli, Ibn Battuta, Chen Ho, like these travelers, they have mentioned in their records about Sri Lanka or Ceylon. When we consider about the earliest Arabic epigraphy ever found from Sri Lanka, so Arabic inscriptions have been found from Gaul, Beruwala, Pomparippu, Mana, Trincomalee, Putlam, Anuradhapura, Kurunegala, like these areas of Sri, and also in the Sri Pada rock inscriptions, like those inscriptions have found from various areas of Sri Lanka. So when we consider about the history of the Arabic epigraphy that discovered from Sri Lanka, it's going back to 9th to 16th century AD. So, but newly discovered this epigraphs was written in before the Islam. It's mean before the 7th century AD. According to the above reasons, these epigraphs are the earliest or oldest Arabic epigraphs that ever found from Sri Lanka. This is the summary of our research paper. According to the morphological characteristics of the Arabic epigraphs that found from Ambalangoda port are going back to before the 7th century AD. It means before the Islam. History of the other Arabic epigraphy that discovered from Sri Lanka, I told you from various areas of Sri Lanka we have discovered a lot of at least 26 Arabic epigraphs from Sri Lanka. So Arabic epigraphy that discovered from Sri Lanka is going back to 9th to 16th century AD. However, newly discovered epigraphy was written in before the 7th century AD, or 603 to 688 AD. Therefore, they are the earliest or oldest Arabic epigraphs that ever found from Sri Lanka. The artifacts that unearthed with the copper alloy plates with Arabic epigraphs depicts the clues or the evidence or good archaeological remains for as an Arab ship and Arab trade in the island of Sri Lanka before the 7th century AD. This is my acknowledgement, especially for the Director General of the Department of Archaeology Sri Lanka, and also for the Director General of the Central Cultural Fund of Sri Lanka, and Mr. Chandraratna, Officer in charge of Maritime Archaeology Unit, Mr. Rasika Muthukumaran also from the Maritime Archaeology Unit, Mr. Chandima Mangali, and Mr. Sumedha Veerawardena. This is my references. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I saw an interesting artifact I wouldn't mind coming back to maybe later on. As I said, we'll wait for the questions until at the end of the 4 presentations. We have another presentation from Sri Lanka. Mr. Chandraratna, a long-time friend, I hope he's there. We can see him. And Mahinda, again, I'll hand it over to you. And can you please also introduce yourselves about where you're from in Sri Lanka, your affiliation? That'd be good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Right. That's good. The maritime archaeology unit was established in Sri Lanka during the year 2001, but its research and exploration were limited only to southern coastal area of the island. The reason for that is the war situation in the country during that time. But in 2009, the war situation totally ended, and with that, the maritime archaeology unit of Sri Lanka was able to widen their exploration all over the coastal areas around the country. As a result, representing of maritime archaeological unit, we initially stepped into the maritime archaeological research project that were targeted on the northern coastal of the island, and it was during the year 2030. These areas had been subjected to critical war situation for 3 decades before 2009. Although the area was totally peaceful during this time, it had not been totally clean from the land mines and sea mines exploration which had been used during the war times. But with the help of security forces and all the other government authorities, we started our task. SS Indus. What is SS Indus? Actually, it was a passenger steamship that belonged to P&O Shipping Company. It was built in 1871, and on 9th of November 1885, it had been sunk in the northern coastal line of Sri Lankan waters. This is a picture taken in 1881. The ship anchored in Portsmouth harbor. Why this wreck takes an important place among the other sunken ships? The story of on the screen. Among the other sunken ships that were explored from Sri Lankan waters, SS Indus takes an important notice to some special cargo that had been mentioned in archives. So Alexander Cunningham was archaeological commissioner of the Archaeological Survey of India. He was collect this kind of Bharuti Stupas stone carvings and load into the cylinders from Kolkata Harbour and then sent to London Museum. The route of the SS Indus, and red point is the place of sunken SS Indus ship. when my research team started exploration in 2013, our main objective was to find the location where the SS Indus had been sunk. Before we start the exploration, we studied many archival references related to the SS Indus. We found some old, important quantitative reports from the newspaper. Time of Ceylon had reported continuously about this tragedy during that time. It has happened. And also the newspaper published in Australia, which was named as Observe, also had published a long article on the SS Indus. Also, Sir Arthur C. Clarke and Mr. Mike Wilson, who did exploration during the 1960s in Sri Lankan waters, had tried very much to discover the SS Indus, but they were unable to find the location. The commissioner of the Department of Archaeology in Sri Lanka at that time, Mr. Charles Godokumbere, requested the community help in case find of SS Indus, and it was by publishing his annual administrative report. Sometimes readers who were interested on Arthur C. Clarke's publications, the treasure of Great Reef and the Reef of Tupperbrain might have tried discovering this Indus. However, in 2013, our team started exploring a shipwreck which had been represented by the nautical charts, and it was the first step exploring SS Indus, but we didn't find any clue about the wreck, and therefore we tried obtaining information from the regional divers and fishing committees. Anyhow, right information could only be obtained from Mr. Gresham, who was engaged with fishing activities in the region. According to his data, he mentioned that his fishing nets are mostly destroyed by missing with a sunken iron wreck that had been sunk in the sea, which is 5 kilometers towards east from the Molotov beach. He also supplied us the GPS location. Then we dived into the location that he gave us, and there we find a steam shipwreck which might be lying under 9 to 7 meters in depth. As we couldn't identify whether it is the exact SS Indus shipwreck or not, we named it as Mulathiwan Wreck number 1. After 2013, in every year, we did small-scale excavation and recorded the facts on the surface of the ship and in and around the sunken area. Also, we did more exploration around region in case of exploring more steam shipwreck that might have been there. Thus, we could get to know that there's no any other steam shipwreck around that area, and therefore we were able to guess that this might be the SS Indus, which mentioned all their historical records. According to the ship fact sheet, there were 720 boxes of indigo, but according to the record of Mr. Arthur C. Clarke and other historical record, this ship had been transporting some valuable stone carving which had been collected mainly from Barut Monastery complex in India, and they were loaded to the ship from Kolkata in case of sending them to London Museum, and they were sent by First Archaeological Commissioner of India, Sir Alexander Cunningham. Thus, this cargo is important because it has mentioned these stone carvings are belongs to the 3rd century BC, although we found the record that says about fact Dr. S.R. Rao mentioned about this and after that we found this publication. This is the second commission of the Archaeological Survey of India, Mr. James Burgess. He mentioned in his publication belongs to the published in 1901. It's mentioned. He mentioned the incident of Indus sunk in Sri Lankan waters in 1885. But the problem is Sir Alexander Cunningham didn't written about the this incident anyway. After the incident, this time after 15 years, second archaeological commissioner mentioned this tragedy on his book. Other related Indian archives found from Indian archive, it also mentioning the incident of the Indus in Sri Lankan waters. From the research that we did on this wreck, we could recognize that LTT organization had been cut and salvaged. Some huge metal parts have come above the seabed in case of supporting their mission. You can see in this area, we cannot find the hollow frames or anything. This the boilers. I've said that other parts is all the parts cut off and salvage from the LTT organization. From the superficial facts that are recognizable, it can agree that greater part of the metal in the bow section have been lost. Apart from that, there's no any other due that proves they had done excavation in the area. This excavation what we done in 2014, small scale excavation. Yeah. And we found in 2000 this the shipwreck, and also we done through excavation in test pit excavation in 2017. This is our object, right? And in the midship area, there is a tile floor. We found this kind of tile with the ship. It's mentioned Minterland Haulings Company Limited. This is the original logo of the Fiat company. Also in 2018, we did two test pit excavation in the bow section, but we cannot reach the bottom because it is highly top level buried situation in this area. So many sand have to remove. we tried several times. In 2018, we found these ceramic pieces. They also printed P&O logo on the ceramics. This is the formation that you guessed in the chart. Conclusion from the research that we have done up until now, especially from the excavation project in 2014, we have been able to realize the SS Indus had been transporting stock of wheat flour. Also from excavation done in 2017, it has been discovered that the ship had been transporting tea as well. Also from the floor tile samples that we identified from the midship area, it had been proved that these tiles were being manufactured during that time in England. Also, the symbol of a sun that could be seen on the Kopalo, which had been found in 2016, was proved to belong to the P&O company. Therefore, as we couldn't find any other steamship from this area, I truthfully say that this is the SS Indus shipwreck we had been sunken in Sri Lankan waters. So my suggestions is the essential need to use Indian original archives related to the archaeological artifacts that were loaded to the ship, and through them make records, and to launch descriptive research and excavation project further. Considering this discovery as an universal discovery in world maritime archaeology, and by getting together with almost all the countries in the world, the future research related to this had to be launched for that whole world. The future research related all world and all countries should have to work together with this valuable monument. So thank you for your attention. It's my team.
Thank you very much. It's nice to hear you and see you for a few years. You're all looking very well. And you sound very good too. I will come back to some questions, as I said. I'm sure we'll have some. We have one last talk. The Oru of Sri Lanka, an outrigger, single outrigger craft of the Northern Indian Ocean, by Samasiri Devendra. I understand Samasiri's not with us, but Brian Fay's going to read his paper. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that, Bill. Is that all right?
Sure. Take it away.
Thank you. Bear with me. Can everyone see and hear this okay?
Yep.
Brilliant. Thank you very much to Mr. Somasiri for the submission, and I'm happy to read his paper for him. The present paper summarizes recent research into technological aspects of Sri Lankan ships which survived into the 20th century. Though several nautical cultures existed in the country, only the surviving Oru culture is dealt with here. In this paper, an argument is taken to the micro level of the Oru, commonly and inaccurately known as the catamaran culture, tracing it from an inland water dugout logboat to a single outrigger canoe vessel that sailed the waters of South Indian coasts and adjoining islands. This culture needs to be recognized as a vernacular craft culture in its own right, specific to a Northeast Indian Ocean region, with Kerala, Sri Lanka as its axis. Kerala remains a preserver of the traditional craft culture, while Sri Lanka has carried it beyond the purely traditional, utilizing new materials and resources to be able to compete with a newer mechanized monohull craft. What is an oru? The noun oru is here used as a plural in the name of the nautical culture. The oru culture exists in a variety of forms in Sri Lanka, from simple inland craft, as seen here, to the yatra, or an ocean-going cargo ship, which has last been seen in the 1930s, which I'll show you a picture of later in the presentation. They were originally linear dugout hulls with either a single outrigger or a twin hull to enhance stability. The Sinhala word for a non-specific word boat is oru paru, considering all as one class. Whether on river or at sea, oru were basically the same, and all were built of wood by specialist shipwrights. Nails were not used. All elements are sewn or lashed together with coir rope. The hull of the inland water oru is a canoe, basically a hollowed out log, which retains its natural linear form. To add greater stability to the canoe shape, an outrigger balance log is attached to it by two spars, or booms. The seagoing fishing oru, now the dominant form, signals a major shift away from its simple form. To cope with the dynamic forces at sea, the basic dugout hull is modified by A, the addition of plank wash strakes sewn into the gunwales to avoid shipping water, B, the replacement of the spars by two flexible booms of wood lashed to the gunwales, and C, the addition of sails. In no configuration is the shape of the original dugout altered. The oru is a composite structure comprising the following parts: the dugout hull, planks with strakes, wash strakes, a shaped wooden outrigger, a pair of wooden booms. Apart from that, there are detachable accessories essential for sailing the craft: masts and sprits, sails, rigging, rudders, and leeboards. All parts fashioned to the dugout hull with coir rope, either by sewing or lashing or both. Oru are differently configured for functionality. At sea, the type of fishing dictates size and additional features, such as rowing rails. This figure shows an oru beached upright, while this is the same as its under sail. This indigenous boat building technology has developed into a fully fledged shipbuilding culture that, with the arrival of the European power in the 16th century, gradually regressed, leaving us today only inland and fishing craft. These residuary oru are yet changing in response to new imperatives, while retaining the dual element form, an indicator not only of its deep cultural roots, but also of its functionality. The oru is double-ended, with adjustable sails, leeboards, and rudders. It, quote, goes about by keeping the outrigger to windward, manipulating rudders, leeboards, and sails. Being double-ended, it has no fixed bow or stern. Hence, windward and leeward serve instead as port and starboard. This shows an oru in plan, elevation, and section, while this slide provides the names to its parts in nautical terminology. Both single and double outrigger canoes can be found in Madagascar, the Comoros, and the East Island coast of Africa, in and around South India and Sri Lanka, in the Indonesian archipelago, and in the islands of the Pacific. They are distinctively different in each locality, with the main difference being those between single outrigger craft and double outrigger / double hulled craft. In the Indian Ocean, double outrigger craft are used along its western and eastern rims, and the single outrigger is dominant only in the limited area of Sri Lanka, the Kerala Lakshadweep area, and the Andaman Islands. In the Pacific Ocean, on the contrary, single outriggers are found in most islands. Sri Lanka is the geographical center of the northern Indian Ocean grouping. Its nearest neighbors in terms of nautical culture are Kerala, Lakshadweep, and the Andaman Islands. The Andamans are peripheral of this study, but traces of the oru culture are yet healthy in the Lakshadweep, Minicoy, Kerala area. Kerala, in fact, has a long history of maritime and political contact with the western coast of Sri Lanka, It is in the western and southern coasts of Sri Lanka that the Oru is mainly found. Another map gives the following distribution of Oru about 50 plus years ago, and it's useful for gauging the distribution pattern of Oru before the civil unrest of 30 years ago. The western coast has about 4,000, the southern coast at about 1,900, and the eastern coast about 1,500. The west and south taken as a unit was therefore the heartland of the Oru. Here it was that it flourished and may have even been born. This form and structure of the Oru is not borrowed, but evolved from the interaction of working environments and the available building materials and resources. The working environment of the Oru is both the open sea and sheltered inland waters. On river, lake, canal, and lagoon, the Pila Oru form was the norm. At sea, the dynamic environment of the wind and wave, the form is not viable. Hence, the sides are built up vertically with plank wash strakes sewn onto the gunwales. The increased freeboard requires the outrigger booms curved downwards from the now vertically extended hull to which they are lashed, to the balance log which are now at a lower level. These modifications make it possible to either row or sail the craft. Both ends of the dugout hull are identically shaped, and with sails rigged on mast or sprit, the seagoing Oru could effectively sail to windward by changing ends or shunting as it comes about, sailing equally well on either tack. Oru operate in comparatively shallow inshore waters with shelving beaches, offshore reefs, heavy surf close to land, and negligible tidal range, prevailing currents and countercurrents which are subject to abrupt change. Such waters call for craft of shallow draft, hardy construction, a sturdy bottom that can breast or ride the surf while remaining essentially in work mode. What this environment called for was a craft with the following: A, tough hulls of available material, able to work both on wave and river, withstand abrasion when crossing sand spits and being hauled up on beaches. B, fastenings of easily replaced material, reasonably resistant to salt water for sewing and lashing. C, a double-ended dual-element configuration of shallow draft that can cope with the surf and can be beached upright. The Oru with the shallow draft, its dual-element form and ability to flex in the surf generated torque, which was the resultant form. The earliest artisans who had built these crafts were carpenters, who must have been apprenticed under master craftsmen, as were all Sri Lankan artisans. No details of them survive, but about 600 years ago, fishermen began building their own boats. Why this change took place cannot be definitively stated, though the arrival of colonialism may have been one. Iron and steel were produced locally 2 millennia ago, or earlier, and they would have had axes for logging, adzes for hollowing out logs, and perhaps drill bits for the bow drills. Importantly, nails were never used throughout, though available. Parts of the Oru were sewn or lashed together with bar rope. Sewing was only used to fashion the wash strakes to the hull. Lashing, as it is important to building, was just as important to building, if not more. Detailed drawings have been made in the manner of the booms and lashed to the hull, so that all the stresses experienced are transferred to the hull, as you can see here. All structural materials and resources were found in the heartland of the Oru culture. The southwest of the island was, until the 19th century, under heavy rainforest cover, which afforded builders a wide spectrum of timbers. Varieties of artocarpus are used for boat building in Kerala and used in Sri Lanka even today. Fishing Oru, Vithan Rasa, speaking of the fishing Oru in 1970, lists 38 different types of wood that could be used for 7 major elements of the craft: 3 for the dugout hull, 5 for the wash strakes, 5 for the booms, 2 for the balance log, 8 for the rudder, 4 for the mast, 5 for the oar blade, and 6 for the loom. A wider range may possibly have been available earlier. Coconut palm provided the fiber for sewing and lashing. The palm self-propagates around the Sri Lankan coast, but was also cultivated inland. Hence, there was no shortage of rope. Coconut timber and fiber were widely used for shipbuilding by other Indian Ocean cultures as well. It is apparent that the birth of the Oru culture is linked to areas with rich biological resources and where the coconut palm grows, namely in Kerala, the Oru heartland of Sri Lanka, and the islands off the Indian coast. All are equally affected by the southwest monsoon. In fact, the oldest logboat referred to above was recovered from the bed of a Kingali Ghana in the Sri Lankan heartland, and it shows holes drilled for sewing in all the correct places. Let's talk about this flowchart. This flowchart chases the linear development of the Oru form from the log to the cargo ship. Log rafts, those shown in the chart, are not dealt with as they are boats. The first step is hollowing out or reducing. As the dugout form is inherently unstable for extended use, it is given stability by transverse extension, adding an outrigger or a twin hull. If an outrigger is chosen, the Oru form results. If the twin form is chosen, the Paru form results. The two forms diverge at this point, as shown. The next stage is when both forms undergo vertical extension. Paru did not progress beyond the stage in Sri Lanka. Unlike the Oru, the Paru did not take to the sea, to venture only offshore, laying beach fishing nets. In inland waters, Paru flourished as ferries, personal transport, and cargo carriers. In the northern Indian Ocean, this form did not develop into a seagoing craft, while in Pacific waters, the double hull gave rise to the most advanced voyaging craft. Even the Indian Ocean Oru culture zone, too. The Paru seem to have arisen only in Sri Lanka, where it is an icon of folk culture. The Paru is certainly worthy of deeper study. The Oru form, however, altered successfully to meet the requirements for survival at sea. This is the archetypal Oru form. It had always had one outrigger, and this was attached to a hull by two booms, no more and no less. Elsewhere, in the Andamans, for example, the standard is not followed. But just as the Paru did not develop into a seagoing craft, the Oru did not develop into anything more than a fishing craft. Crafts similar to the Oru found in the Pacific, but with a sturdy elevated platform built straddling the hull, had an outrigger, thus making it a passenger and cargo craft. The weight of the cargo and passengers being shifted toward the outrigger changes the center of gravity, making the craft more stable. This platform is present in the Oru, but in its rudimentary form, used only to store gear of the fishermen or carry passengers on a short coast voyage. Having made the transition from inland waters to the sea very successfully, the Oru had seemingly reached a dead end. However, it was not, as it next appears in as much form as you see here to the Yatra Doni, a cargo ship with double-ended Oru hull and an outrigger balance log carried on two sturdy booms. Apart from the great difference of size, it differs from the Oru in an important way, namely that it has a plank-built hull raised upon an axial keel plank but flaring outwards, not vertically. One cannot trace from the Sri Lankan record alone its steps, the steps by which the dugout log became a keel log upon which the plank hull was constructed. I don't want to take up too much more time here, but you can see some of the larger outrigger cargo ships that have been documented. I encourage, when the proceedings come out, to read Somasiri's paper, and I'm sure that I can provide email access for those of you who might have any questions for him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. Yeah, so we've had a really diverse selection of papers in this session, from the textile trade Coromandel to the Arabic epigraphs at Sri Lanka, and the maritime archaeological discoveries of the Indus, and then now some serious work in Oru and Sri Lanka. Are there any questions? We have 10-15 minutes for questions. I know, Cliff, you had a question going back a little bit. Did you want to raise that as a question, verbally, orally?
Hello, can you hear me, Bill?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it was just a comment to just uphold what Mahinda was saying, that trying to explain what his argument was with regards to the Arabic inscriptions. The Arabic language is a consonant-based language, so when you see the alphabet, you see the consonants like K, B, T, D, for example, and it's the dots were added later to provide vowels so that you would have kaba, tada, tida, etc. And so that's the evolution from not having dots to having dots, and that helps to date that particular artifact. So just upholding what he was saying.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you for your comments.
Did you have a question or a comment you wanted to make, Mahinda? No, I actually saw an artifact in your talk about the Amalangoda artifacts that looked very much like an astrolabe, a circular artifact. Maybe wishful thinking. Mahinda?
Hello? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Hello? Can you repeat your question, please? Hello?
Well, it was just in your presentation, I saw a circular bronze copper alloy artifact that it looked like an astrolabe. It's a navigational device. Is that what it was? Was it a plate or something else?
Okay. So actually it's a copper alloy plates, but I don't know the purpose of that one. However, the shape of that item is, it looks like a plate, normally rice plate like that. So actually we didn't recognize it properly as a plate, but it looks like a plate.
Okay.
So actually, sometime it will be a sonia actually. So according to the idea of the epigraphy, it should be a sonia. We can recognize like that because when we consider about the meaning of the epigraphy, we can get like those idea. But exactly can't say it. So probably it can be.
So it's thank you. Any other questions? Want to bring up in the chat or? There may be a question for Dr. Selvat Kamua from Kamut. Migration is an interesting aspect. The change of location may also mean the change of lifestyle. Do you think they moved the entire village up inland or only the place of textile production that was moved? Who are the weavers, male or female or both?
Yeah.
What are their style?
Yeah. Thank you for this question. I think only some of the people moved, not the entire village. I think group of people, in fact, with their families moved because we have, all these craft production as family-oriented enterprise. So it is the families that moved and they set up their business, not the entire village. And we have evidence for such mass migration. If you take the case of Madurai, even today there are about more than 1 lakh people of this particular community. Similarly, in Kumbakonam, there are substantial people of this community living. So in a sense, it was probably a clan group or family moving in large number. In some cases, individual families and their network. Generally, the network was very important even after hundreds of years. Even today, some of these people maintain their network with Andhra Pradesh. For example, the migrant people who make their textiles sometimes, they even export them from here to Andhra Pradesh. So this kind of movement of large families and clan groups and maintaining the social network happens even today. That is how we should see it. It was not just individual, it is the families and the clan group, but not the villages, not the entire villages. And they settled in clusters in some of the temple towns and they maintained their
Oh, we've lost him. Oh, he's frozen and gone. Can you hear me? Okay. I'm sorry to say that it looks like we've lost Dr. Selva Kamur. Any other questions that we have for any of the other speakers? No, nothing. We've reached the 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock, wherever you are, to our end of the Q&A. But we can take other questions as I think the next session can start straight away. So if there's no other questions, because we're going straight into session 14. We'll end this session here, and I'd just like to thank all the presenters for their inspiring, because I think it was a nice varied number of papers that help inspire us in our work in maritime archaeology. Thank you very much. So we'll just go into the next session 14. It's going to be chaired by Ying Yang, I think, is here now, and maybe Sarah Ward as well.
Thanks, Bill. I'm going to take the chair, and it's great. And thank you, actually, for all of the work that you have put into chairing that previous session. So the session that we have now is In the Mind of the Boat Builder, focusing on Asia-Pacific studies in maritime ethnoarchaeology. The study of contemporary maritime cultures and their materials through first-hand observation, maritime ethnography, is still a relatively new tool available to maritime archaeologists. So by using ethnographic analogies, archaeologists can propose hypothetical reconstructions of incomplete objects or structures and suggest the possible use of enigmatic structural elements to describe in details how the structures, such as a boat, was made. So this can provide us with clues or suggest ways of thinking about past cultures, and all of our speakers are going to do this today, and it can serve as a launch pad for more detailed and more retrospective inquiry. So the focus of the session is really on water transport, particularly the technologies that are used in Asia Pacific. We're going to look at some regional studies, some collaborative projects, and really employ some innovative and emerging technologies to explore the ways that we perceive the past. So now that we've found Ying Ying, we have back to our 4 speakers today. So Cliff Pereira, Veronica Walker-Badillo, Ying Yan, and Austin Baird. So Cliff is up first. Now to introduce Cliff, he's now an old friend and a good friend and a fellow DMUer. Cliff is currently a research associate at the University of Hong Kong. I am going to call you, Cliff, a cultural geographer, You hold a BA in Geography and Asian Studies, an MRes with distinction in the history of Africa and the African diaspora. And what we love about you is that your interdisciplinary research weaves together the strands of history, geography, community, archaeology, and cultural heritage to create colourful and factual, strong social narratives with equity and cultural sensitivity, leading to personal community empowerment with an emphasis on globally shared spaces. And you are going to share some of that with us today. Cliff is going to be speaking about the Barbary, Habeshi crewmen and merchants and uncovering an African maritime tradition in the Indian Ocean world. So please take it away, Cliff.
Okay, let's see if I can do that. Can you see that?
I cannot, but that doesn't mean anything. Let's check the chat. Okay, we've got a not yet, but it looks like the staff have still got me as host, so we need to switch that video across to your presentation. Okay, Cliff, it looks like that's switching across now. Abby, we're seeing Bill as in the main presenter screen and now myself. Can we switch that across to Cliff, please? Okay, so it seems like we're having some further issues today. So Cliff, if you can hear us, because we can't see you, we may actually hold you until after Ying Ying. So Ying Ying, if you're there, can you just indicate that you are ready to go? And if so, I will introduce you and then we will come back to Cliff. Okay, we've got a thumbs up from Cliff. So, moving right along, Yan Ying is a PhD candidate at the University of Southampton, one of my alma maters. She is a Chinese art conservator, which she holds a BA in art conservation, an MA in maritime archaeology, and is pursuing her PhD in the interpretation of traditional boats and the different ways of displaying traditional boats in museum settings. I met Ying Ying when we were looking at the traditional boat collection that I used to work on in Southampton at the Institute of Ancient Chinese Ships, and she is now, today, she is going to speak about her her master's research, which was on the tanker sampan boats. So, Ying Ying, if you are happy to share your screen, let's take that away. Wonderful. We can see you and your PowerPoint.
Great.
So, success. So over to you.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ying Ying. Today, I'm going to talk about tanker sampan boats of Pearl River Delta in China. So this presentation is part of my previous research into tanker sampan boat and their people. In the absence of the investigation on sampan boat building and relevant factors in an ethnoarchaeological context, this presentation is going to home in on the ethnographic study to these sampan boats, predominantly examine the remaining physical sources and provide an archaeological representation of the boats by reconstructing the boats in 2- and 3-dimensional format to provide new data for both traditional boat study for the maritime archaeological aspect and ethnological study on tanker region. The analysis of tanker sampan boats permits us to explore connections between the boats and the social life behind it intended for a water environment, reveal the relevant technology and the boat building. So I'll start with a brief introduction of tanker sampan boats, providing a general definition. Then I'll touch on the ethnic background, geographical aspects. And then we will look at the application of 3D reconstruction combined with maritime ethnographical study of the boats, addressing how can 3D modeling aid in understanding the boat construction and fill the absence of physical evidence, how digital modeling has become more prevalent within the field. So tanker boats are classified as sampan. Their smaller shape differentiates them from ships like junks and barges. Sampan has a wide range of designs depending on local needs and customs. They can be used as cargo for livestock carrying, for passenger ferrying, and the most common use of sampan is fishing. Generally, they were rowed and sculled, usually by women. There is no rudder and anchor on the boat, and most of them were propelled with a single oar. They were usually designed for accommodating family and considered as a reference for a unit of a family. So tanker sampan, also known as egg boat, as the shape of it looks like an egg when floating on the water. One of its purposes is used as a harbor boat operated by tanker people. Generally, it is a shallow craft with a spoon-shaped bottom. It is decked both at the bow and stern. The family live on the boat where in a separate area from working area. Okay, now a little bit more about tanker region. Then let's look at this character. According to the picture phonetic principle of word formation, the underlying part of the character, 虫 here means insect, is the pictographic presence of this character. It usually signifies those aboriginal tribes or minorities in ancient China. The upper part, yan, referring the pronunciation of river, is the phonetic presence of this character. This represents the Han nation's nomenclature of the minority in the southern waterfront area. The Tanka culture could be considered as one of the few cultures who have spent their whole existence on water since ancient times, roughly since Qing and Han dynasty around 139 BC. There are different theories stating their origin. However, no textual research shows the precise period of time of the origin. The most common suggestion is that they were originated from the ancient Yue region, who mainly occupied the southern part of China in the Nan region, covering the area where this research is focused. They were active in Lingnan, which include the South China Sea and the littoral and hinterland in the southern part of China. So this research will focus on the delta area around Pearl River. So here is Guangzhou, here's delta area of Pearl River. And the case study where I collect my data is here around Shizi Ocean, near that Shatian town. Primarily, Tanka people were fishing and oil catching for a living. From the end of Ming Dynasty to early Qing Dynasty, around 1624 to 1684 AD, the basic social pattern of Tanka was formed, which made it easier to track the trace of Tanka's life in details. Fishing was still the main subsistence for them. China's southeastern coastal community and maritime-related economy developed significantly in Ming and Qing dynasty. Tanka people were involved in trade activities, so they usually sold maritime products to the agency. For example, seafood is for fishmongers, selling timbers for shipyard owners, and exchanged fish for fishing equipment, as there was no chance for Tanka people to directly interact with people in higher social status. So now we've got a general idea about the Tanka region. Where they lived, what they did. These are key factors reflected on the boat structure and operation. So there are two Tanka sampan boats being studied as case studies in this research. One is called Liu Wang, and this is the Liu Wang boat. And another one is Baiban boat. The first is a sampan boat that were commonly used and now displayed as a representative physical remains in the local museum, in which 4 to 6 individuals could inhabit and could be used for fishing. The latter was inhabited by one person and is currently disappeared, so the data is collected from an interview with Mr. Guo, the Tanka people, and with reference to information provided by previous Tanka shipbuilders. The general shape of a Tanka sampan is that of an egg, and this description can apply to the majority of Tanka sampan, including Liu Wang. However, one cannot say that this character is true for the whole Tanka sampan family. The aim of the study on Baiban is to introduce an unusual construction amongst this type of vessel, as this has a different shape from the majority. So let's start with Liu Wang. Liu Wang has a typical construction of Tanka sampan. However, it should be considered as just one of all sorts of different types of sampan, rather than one which could represent all types of sampan, because the nomenclature and classification of Tanka sampan is more based on the use of the boat rather than the construction. The term Liu Wang refers to drift net. According to the information collected from the interview with Mr. Guo, there were over 100 different types of Tanka vessel. The construction of them was not restricted. The construction of boats were partly depended on the lifestyle and the living environment of the Tanka people. Generally, the size depended on the number of dwellers and fish modes, whilst the complexity depended on water environment. Every floating thing could be a watercraft and live in place. When they do not have enough money to have more boat for more people, they just use a raft and cover it with simple awning. This Liu Wang that I recorded is a tanka sampan that was used during the early 20th century. So the standard building sequence begins at the base. Firstly, the bottom planking is put together, then the bulkheads, and finally side plankings. This is a fairly standard method of shipbuilding, similar to other Chinese ships. However, there exists some uncertainty over whether sampans were constructed with the bulkheads before the side planks or vice versa. However, it is possible to have strakes being individually fastened to the bulkhead frameworks. The two cross-sections of Liu Wang indicate that the side planks are passively fitting the shape of bulkheads. The splicing pieces of wood used in the first side plank also indicate the side planking was passively fitted after the bulkheads were applied. Hence, Liu Wang was built following the standard sequence. Bottom planking, then bulkheads, and then side planking. There is no keel in the Liu Wang boat. The building of the boat began with laying the bottom planks. So this is comprised of 4 planks, together measuring 60 millimeters wide by 35 millimeters deep. The cross-section at 312 millimeters shows 3 planks were smoothly joined at the edge as side planking, while smaller planks were pieced together to fit the shape at the bow area. It is here at the cross-section here. Generally, the planks can be fastened together with different kinds of nails. Squared-ended iron nails were used on Liu Wang. The timber are then laid horizontally, bending the nail over. The purpose of such a joint is to combine the timbers together to produce a visually seamless plank. This is partly of the purpose of saving wood, and also because timber with wider width is rare and so is of a higher value. Planks are thought to be Chinese fir. This is a common tree in southwest China and is largely used in shipbuilding in Guangdong. The growth period of this kind of wood is short, which means the timber material are easy to get. Its light-weighted and naturally waterproof characteristic is ideal for use as planking. All the seams were caulked to ensure they were waterproof. So this is the process, a general process of caulking. Caulking here refers to the process to filling the gaps between the planks by using a mixture of fiber and tar oil. The typical material used for caulking was generally greasy materials and plant fiber. After caulking, further waterproof measures were taken in the form of a coating that was applied on the surface of the hull. The interior was lacquered in red coating. The exterior was varnished with Chinese wood oil, normally it's tung oil. So now let's move on to Baiban boat. There are no physical remains of the Baiban boat, as it no longer exists. The information about this boat was based on interviews with the tanker before Mr. Guo and a traditional boat builder. The reconstruction of it is primarily based on ethnohistoric material, but is supported by ethnological research. It is worth mentioning the Baiban boat because it has an unusual construction and represents the multiformity of the tanka sampan beyond the common sampan construction. It shows the influence of the environmental factors, whereby the design of the vessel depends on the water condition, for example, tides, luminous environment, wind, etc. The peculiarity of this boat is reflected by its construction and operation. I was told that the name Baiban, meaning white board, is derived from one of its characteristics. There were 2 boards lacquered in white attached to the hull. This is a kind of tanka sampan boat for fishing, basically at night, which has disappeared along with relevant fishing technique. even vanished from some of the Tanka people's memory. The period of this kind of boat exists was from late Qing Dynasty to early New China. It's around 18th century to 1950s, being operated in the branches of the delta area of Pearl River, chiefly noted on the shore of Shizi Ocean. As reflected in the sketch, captain lived at the stem. A stone was placed at the bow for balancing. The two boards attached to the hull can be knocked down. These boards were lacquered in white. This could lure the fish by reflecting the lights. Fish cannot get out once they jump into the vessel, as there were strings in the fish cabin to avoid them from escaping. Although there is no physical remains for both survey and further structure and analysis, but with this process of building the boat in software, we could therefore gain a better understanding of the construction of this boat. The modeling sequence therefore hypothetically indicates the actual boat building sequences of the Baiban boat. In terms of this reconstruction of Baiban boat, the intention of the reconstruction work that addressing 2D and 3D computer-aided design and graphic skills is to communicate the research outcome at two levels, one for the general public and at a basic level, and for a more academic audience group. This is aimed at building the connection between the academic field and the public to visualize what the study boat should be like based on the underlying plans. Initially, the sketch of the boat was digitized in Photoshop to produce the three views, which could provide the predefined views and additional 2D data. As we can see here, is the result of a digitized plan. Mr. Guo's drawing is a descriptive sketch rather than a precise one, so the scale of the longitudinal view and cross-section needed to be corrected in Photoshop. The plan view was created in accordance with the data from longitudinal view and the cross-section. So starting with creating the bottom plank 1, adding two side bottom planks 2 and 3, and then side planks 6 and 7, the hull was framed and then squeezed out according to measuring 12 and 30 centimeters, followed by inserting the component boards to divide the whole hull into different cabins. And here is the result. Vertical board 6 was attached to the hull by using a mortise and tenon joint. So this is the 3D modeling of such technique. The removable board 7 was roughly tied up by ropes in the hull. Then the awnings and other attachments were created and supported by using 4 bamboo sticks. And here is the result in AutoCAD. The chosen material for every part of the Baiban boat mainly rely on the description of Mr. Guo and the information from previous shipbuilders. So once the skeleton is built, then we will render the result and put material, imitate. For example, here is the white board, and here is bamboo for the awning, solid wood for gunwale, cedar wood, white lacquered for attached boards, hemp rope for ropes, stone at the bow could be a rivery stone. So by investigating more Tanka watercraft and using them as the central theme, the exploration of the wider maritime aspects of culture and the changes and interactions of human behavior can be observed. This is aimed at a result of significant development in appreciation of this culture from the ethnological and archaeological perspective, and to preserve it for the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nin. That is absolutely fantastic presentation. We are going to hold questions actually until the end of the session. So what I'm going to do now is actually go back to Cliff. Oh, sorry, Cliff is having some problems, so we're going to bypass Cliff for the moment and go straight to Veronica, who was due to be our third speaker. I can see her, she's good to go. So before handing over to Veronica, I'd like to make a little bit of a fuss and an introduction. Dr. Veronica Walker-Vidillo is a PI of a 3-year really interesting research project, the Ports and Harbours of Southeast Asia, where she's looking at human environmental entanglements. But Veronica has been working within this space, I guess, for many years. She holds a BA and an MA in Spanish and European history, an MA in maritime archaeology, and a DPhil in archaeology from the University of Oxford. Many of you will know her. Her work focuses exclusively on Southeast Asia, specifically the role of waterways in the development of the Angkor Empire. She's successfully applied the maritime cultural landscape perspective for the first time in the Mekong, and that has enabled her to further knowledge of human responses to amphibious and watery landscapes and tease out previously unknown information about Angkor's fluvial landscape. Today, she's going to be presenting a paper that I think should win the award for the best title, even though we haven't heard the content yet. Her paper is The Snake, the Crocodile, and the King, Nautical Technology and Supernatural Potencies in Angkor. So, over to you, Veronica.
Iya, kayak ribet sendiri loh Mas kalau.
Let's see. Am I sharing my screen now?
Yes, we can see that. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, well, first of all, thank you for that introduction, Sarah. I'm afraid I will speak less than I would have liked to about the whole entanglement of the snake, the crocodile, and the king, since we have such a little time. But first, before I start, I want to shout out to Brian and the local organizing committee for driving us, for all the flurry of emails that you've been sending in the last week or so to walk us through this whole digital turn. So thank you so much. I really appreciate how the effort that you've gone to. So the aim of this presentation is to discuss Khmer nautical technology from an interdisciplinary perspective, and also to lead a contextualized study of boats. This type of study was proposed originally by Van den Noord and Adams and revolves around the analysis of the interrelationship between people and boats and how the resulting dialogue generates the traditions that give form to maritime cultures. I will discuss riverine watercraft as a functional object that allowed the people of Angkor to colonize the aquatic space for its resources, paying particular attention to the context of construction, which seems to have a strong pre-Indian set of beliefs and is heavily influenced by the Khmer worldview. The data that I use originates from archaeology, iconography, history, and ethnography mostly. So in his study of canoes and sailing in Papua New Guinea, Malinowski wrote, "A craft, whether of bark or wood, iron or steel, lives in the life of its sailors, and it is more to a sailor than a mere bit of shaped matter." To Malinowski, the emotional attitudes of people towards their craft were the motor by which to know what boats meant in the eyes of their users. This anthropological approach to the study of watercraft results in a more meaningful understanding of boats within their social context. But to reconstruct this for past societies, we all know that it's a challenge because users are no longer available for questioning. An alternative way of studying the boats in their cultural context is by analyzing the different elements that affect the life of boats. These can be defined as purpose, technology, tradition, materials, economics, environments, and ideology, among others. The purpose or function of a vessel is determined by the needs of the society, but their ability to deliver an efficient watercraft is constrained by technological advancements. Function and technology nonetheless exist within a tradition that embodies the idea of what a boat is and how it must be constructed. And therefore, boat construction is above all social practice. As a product of society, boats are carriers of symbolic and ideological constructs that have been put in place to ensure best practice. So failure of boat design comes at great personal and material cost, and therefore it has been noted that boat builders exerted great caution in the introduction of new designs. However, as Adams pointed out, barriers erected by ideology are not immutable and are subject to human desire to refine and innovate. So change occurs as a result of a dialectic process between the numerous factors involved in boat construction. Materials, economics, and the environment, and some of these factors, so the availability of materials, the resources involved in the processing of the boats, and the constraints imposed by the environment limit the development of boat construction, and as a result, alterations to them can lead to changes in boat design. But perhaps the most distinctive factor that affects boat construction is the ideological concept that determines what is a boat. In this respect, it is in the bow and the stern where researchers have to turn to if they are to understand the philosophy that governs a society. These sections of a boat are probably one of the most prominent features in boat design as they confer the visualization of what a society thinks that a boat should look like. It also becomes an identifiable cultural trait that demarcates the boat builder's adherence to a specific group, a display that is as much for those belonging to the same group as it is to those outside of the group. The production of boat is therefore entangled in multiple elements that affect the design of a boat in different ways. However, it's in the social aspects of life surrounding the production and use of ships that ideologies are played out and become more visible. By studying the boats of Angkor as part of a fluvial material culture embedded in the nature-culture interaction debate, it is possible to begin to understand the role of boats in Angkor's fluvial cultural landscape. The approach taken here is to look at boats as culturally constructed entities endowed with culturally specific meanings and classified and reclassified into culturally constructed categories. This approach focuses on the dialectic process that takes place between boats and people and aims to discern how the former is redefined and used throughout its lifetime through the study of its cultural biography. So as with any human being, the cultural biography of boats can be elaborated by looking specifically at the construction, use, modification, demise of boats within their social context. But here we will just focus mostly on the construction and the origin of the boat. So the corpus of Khmer iconography from the Angkor period is quite extensive and it includes not only ships, but also the context in which they were used. There is a wide variety of hull decorations and also many different activities. Some involve warfare, but most of the scenes are connected with the elite and involve peaceful activities. These numbers are just to give you an idea of what we have, as nautical iconography is well developed in Angkor. Although I will not be dwelling into this, I want to mention that my methodological approach is based on Panofsky's theories on iconography and Knight's iconographic method for archaeological research. I'm currently editing a paper on this topic, so if you're interested in this approach, you can always contact me privately, and I'll share my text with you. So the general consensus is that the boats of Angkor were dugouts or expanded dugouts, a theory that was based on the iconography and Cho Dagwan's account from the 13th century. The boats, which the people of Angkor called pilan, were large in the middle and pointed at either end. They didn't have sails and could hold several people and had to be rowed with oars. I discussed the use of the term oar and rowing by the translator, Peter Harris, with him, and he told me that the text may refer to either, as in the original Chinese, apparently there is no distinction between them. But I think that based on the iconography and my work in Cambodia, in my opinion, the most common form of propulsion was actually paddling and not rowing. So Cho Dagwan described the boats of Angkor as being made from a single, very large piece of wood, hollowed out by chiseling. And he mentions that they treated wood with smoke from a fire, which made it soft, and then they used timber to stretch it out. So the historic sources recognize the use of dugouts or raised dugouts during the Angkor period. So this theory was confirmed by the archaeological record when two dugouts were found in the area of Siem Reap. The Angkor Thom boat, which is dated to the 13th century, and the Kara Lung boat, dated to the 15th century. They were both made of koki tree, a type of hardwood called Hope Audorata in scientific name, and it's endemic to Cambodia and is considered to be sacred by the Khmer. The Angkor Thom boat is an unfinished vessel that shows the same process of wood carving as the one used nowadays. On the other hand, the remains of the Kara Lung boat shows a series of holes drilled on the boat at equal intervals, which are marks that can be interpreted through the ethnographic data. There's a series of holes drilled on the hulls to even out the walls of the dugout. The use of embers and timbers to expand the walls of the dugout also resemble the technique documented in contemporary dugouts, and the description of the hull design, large in the middle and pointed at either end, could easily be applied to contemporary Cambodian vessels. In Cambodia, boats are also made of koki trees like the Angkor Thom and the Karolung boats. So conservatism among maritime communities is widely documented, since environmental factors tend to remain persistent over time, like currents, flows, and winds. Once an optimal solution has been achieved, the introduction of new designs are met with skepticism. This is mostly due to what Hunter calls common sense. The optimized design has proven to be efficient in facing the dangers involved in navigating the waters that it was designed for, so change appears to be superfluous and risky. So given the accumulated archaeological, historical, and ethnographic evidence and taking into account the aforementioned conservatism, ethnographic data can be used to provide a more comprehensive view of the archaeological material, and especially the social practice surrounding boat building. So the construction of a boat in contemporary Cambodia has an economic and apotropic character. That is, it is expected to provide good business and bring good luck to the family. Hence, since its conception, the boat is already expected to have its own agency that will affect the safety of the journey and the prosperity of the owner and his family. Before explaining the rituals surrounding boat building in Cambodia, it is important to provide a context to these actions, as they form part of the Khmer traditional system of beliefs. So according to the system, the world is divided into two different spheres: the world of the forest, the Prey, and the world of the village, the Srok. The former is governed by wild ancient spirits, while the latter corresponds to domesticated spaces that ascribe to the Buddhist faith. These are not immutable landscapes, as forests can be transformed into domesticated spaces, and the forest can take over them if the proper ritual is not followed. So even though there is a clear demarcation between the Prey and the Srok, there is also a fluid relationship between them, and there is no concept of permanence in this sense. There are various ways in which this system of beliefs affects boat construction nowadays. The first is the timing of the work. The trees are thought to retreat during the rainy season, and like other features of nature, so the work has to happen during the dry season. The second is the location of work, which happens in two spaces. The tree is felled in the forest, which is a place controlled by the wild spirits. So while the work takes place in this landscape, there is a series of taboos related to behavior. So no loud conversations, no laughter can be had. And these need to be observed. The boat builder is in charge of all the rituals that must be conducted prior, during, and after the work is conducted in the forest. So for example, before felling the tree, the boat builder has to leave a notice on the tree to advise the spirit to leave, as they will come after 7 days to cut down the tree. Offerings that combine Buddhist and pre-Buddhist elements are left by the tree to appease the spirit, including the cooked face of a pig to feed the ravenous spirit and ensure its favor. In terms of wood processing, in the Khmer system of beliefs, it is thought that the spirit inhabits the trees, and therefore there is a ritual procedure destined to get permission from the spirit before felling the tree. The way the wood is processed is also very revealing. So the wood is given form with chiseling tools, and the fire used for opening the walls of the dugout is filled with the debris of the hollowing out process. Helms has proposed that as living forms with ascribed supernatural potencies, trees that were transformed into boats likely retain the extraordinary powers of the parent tree. The ideological context surrounding these works required the boat builder to carefully manage the intangible forces contained in the material. In this sense, the consumption of the boat's debris from the hollowing out process in the fire on which the boat is later placed can be seen as part of this material processing, wherein the discarded wood is burnt and made part of the boat through the smoke and the heat. The way in which wood is processed in Cambodia for the construction of dugouts therefore ensures the continuation of the tree's supernatural powers and agency into the boat. The need of other than human agency in a watercraft that could contribute to safe and profitable journeys may explain the survival of this type of wood processing for boat building in Cambodia up until the early 21st century, even though other technologies were available through contact with other cultures already since the times of DAY1. So once the work in the forest is finished, the boat is called Tukkanrol, which translates as the wild boat. Before the unfinished boat is removed from the forest, a ritual is performed to ask the spirits for permission to leave the premises and take the boat. Another ritual is then performed in the village to ask domestic spirits for protection from the wild spirits, as they understand that by taking the tukam role, they can enrage these wild spirits. So the polishing of the boat then takes place in the village, and the village's shaman, known as the akar, takes over the rituals. And so at this point, we see that the work passes from the carpenter of the forest to the carpenter of the village. The final transformation of the wild boat into a boat is marked by two actions and rituals. First, a pair of symmetrical eyes for the boat are carved from wood and placed on the hull. This will help the spirit of the boat see any dangers on the river and avoid collisions. The second action is the launching of the boat once it is finished. The owner and the family get on board, and the shaman directly addresses the boat to let it know that in the forest it was a koki tree, but in the village it is now a boat, and its name is luck and prosperity. These words seal the transformation of the matter. The form is different, but the essence remains. The spirit is sought to inhabit the boat, and it has to be worshipped as such. So the ritual behavior that surrounds contemporary boat construction in Cambodia indicates that the utilitarian boats of Angkor, which the evidence suggests were made in the same way from a technological perspective, possess the same apotropic and other than human agency attributions as their modern counterparts. The need to create a functional object with independent agency to bring good luck to the owner and help in the success of the journey was likely the result of perceived dangers of navigating the Mekong River basin. However, the cooperation of the spirit came at a cost in terms of construction process, material processing, and ritual behavior that had to be observed throughout the life cycle of the boat. The perception of boats as living creatures that were owed respect not only marked the way shipbuilding traditions developed, but also set the tone for the modifications and uses that we see in the context of social practice. If you had to take one idea from this talk, and just one, then I would like to emphasize that this work shows that boat building in the Khmer context is not a matter of nautical technology per se, or at least not only a matter of nautical technology, but a transactional and transformative process that the boat builders were that show that both boat builders were both craftsmen and shaman. And so, as I mentioned before, I did not include some aspects of that go into the transformation of the common craft into the zoomorphic vessels that we see used by the elite in Angkor. But if you want to read more about it, you will find it in this article of mine, which is available online. And if not, you can always contact me. And that will be it. Thank you for your attention.
I think you're muted, Sarah.
I'm the one having the most problems today. So I wanted to say, Veronica, thank you. Your presentation more than lived up to the title. So we will, actually, we're not going to come to you, Austin. We're going to go back to, I can see you there. We're going to go back to Cliff. But first things first, Veronica, please stay with us. We will hold questions till the end of the entire session. Thank you for being ready, Austin. We really appreciate it. I've had some back channeling with Cliff, and he thinks that he is ready to go, but still stand by, because WebEx says testing everyone today. So now we can see our cultural geographer hiding there. I've already introduced Cliff, but as a refresher for anyone who's popped in, he is a research associate at the University of Hong Kong, a cultural geographer who kind of melds history and heritage and Indian Ocean worlds and Africa and East Asia together. So today, if the PowerPoint gods are with us, Cliff's going to be speaking about the Barbary Habeshi crewmen, and you can correct my terminology, and merchants, and uncovering an African maritime tradition in the Eastern Indian Ocean world. Let's go.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Fingers crossed. As we'll try and get this to work. You're not seeing my screen, are you?
No, I am not.
Neither am I. Okay, I think you should go to Austin.
Austin's queued and ready to go. Okay,
Good.
Austin, as you were.
Okay, hopefully this will work.
Like, give me a second to introduce
Sure.
Austin. Cliff, maybe just send your PPT to the organisers and they can play that so we can see you and their screen at the same time. Austin, thank you for your patience and your preparedness. And I want to take a minute to introduce you also. Now, you are an archaeologist at, I understand, International Archaeology LLC and an advisor, if my online stalking is correct, to the Major Projects Foundation.
That's correct, yeah.
I'd hope that I'm a decent researcher. You hold a BA in anthropology from the University of Guam, which is how I first came to know you through Bill. And you have experience in field oceanography, cultural monitoring, data recovery, and have had an impressive Navy career prior to coming to us in archaeology. We know that you've worked right across the Pacific. Your interests are 3D photogrammetry, traditional watercraft, seafaring maritime cultures, and today you'll be combining those, and that you are going to be speaking to us on 3D photogrammetry as an aid to traditional canoe building. So over to you.
That's correct, yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll try to share my screen.
Wonderful, we can see it.
You have it? Okay, good.
Have it. Thank you.
So, thank you for joining me. My name's Austin Baird. I'm a graduate of University of Guam, as Sarah said. And just to add to that, I'm presently pursuing a master's degree in archaeology in the MLit and Coastal Maritime Cultures program at the University of Highlands and Islands in Scotland. I think maybe you're on the other. Yeah, we're good. So as an introduction, quickly going through, this is not a technical per se 3D photogrammetry instructional course. I'm more interested in getting to the point of exactly what we can do by capturing the heritage, the design, all of the tangible and intangible traits that come from traditional boat building. 3D modeling of objects today is primarily by using one of two methods, photogrammetry or laser scanning. And of these two, photogrammetry is the most common of the two for several reasons. It's quickly and easily learned, being one reason for that. And it's not overly expensive. The tools are fairly relatively easily obtained. So you need a digital camera, typically of 5 megabytes or more, a computer, and some adequate software. And with that, startup can be fairly reasonably priced. And there are several free software avenues to get started and to just go by hand. And I believe the Apple 12 camera, I'm not iPhone, I'm not an Apple person, but I believe that it's pretty much set up to do modeling as it is. So photogrammetry begins with taking a number of photos of an object from various angles. And while I've used my mirrorless camera, DSLR, my go-to for heritage objects is typically my GoPro 8. And some of the, some of the models that I'm going to show you today were actually done earlier with a GoPro 5. And I've used my smartphone in a pinch as well with acceptable results. It really has a lot to do with light and reflection photogrammetry does not like a lot of light or reflected light. And a 3D model representation is typically made from a collection of points with X, Y, and Z reference coordinates from the digital photo itself. Building 3D models can be done through one of several software programs. And I mentioned laser scanning, so we can just take a quick look at it. Laser scanning is best suited for work that requires a high degree of precision across large surfaces. It works independent of external light sources. It's an automated process which reduces the user errors, and it's quicker than photogrammetry. So at face value, you would think that laser scanning would be ideal. But 3D photogrammetry is preferred because it can get you quickly up and running with just a camera. Upgrades are mainly just for new software. There's no need for regular... Hello?
So we're sharing all of your slides. You want to maybe
really?
show the slides. Show the full screen.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. It's not on slideshow, Austin. It's just waiting to be shown.
Yeah.
Okay.
On the bottom right near the sliding scale.
Yeah, and I clicked that.
Sorry to interrupt you, but...
No, I'm glad you did. That's... And so we're still seeing the full, aren't you? You're still seeing all of the slides.
You go down to slow. Yeah, you click
How
that
about
one.
now?
We just need you to click the little slideshow icon on your PowerPoint.
Yeah, that one down the bottom.
This one right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I'm clicking that.
Oh.
And it's not...
well, do the sliding scale next to it. Slide it up to a... There you go, that's better.
Yeah, let's just...
Sorry to interrupt.
No, we both...
Okay, no, that's fine.
I think that's...
And I know this isn't ideal what's there, but I think what you're probably seeing better than just all the slide deck on the side.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Is that correct?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
great. Keep going.
Good now.
Okay, so I'll continue with this, and hopefully it'll go well. So the value of, particularly from an archaeological or anthropological point of view, the value is as a visual tool for heritage studies. It will provide you a historically correct record of objects. And in doing so, it links regional, island, community, and even family connections. And through that respect, there is a way of going back and seeing where things were as it progresses. And right now we are going through a considerable amount of change. New materials are coming into the industry. And it's important that some of the original characteristics, I believe, don't get lost as we charge ahead. And the history of Asia-Pacific voyaging is quite long, and the intent here is to look at what we can get from producing 3D models of existing traditional canoes. And it's not to look at a list of those existing canoes, but to make available 3D models and spatial data for various canoes, past and present. Previous papers and studies done by others have consistently reported that more and more the art of building and sailing traditional canoes is being lost. And that's primarily through the advent of modern technologies, which are making an anachronism of the sailing canoe. The fiberglass boats have come on the market, and there's commercial and service vessels as well that are replacing the voyaging canoe that connected island and island. Outboard motors and gasoline, as well as along with various types of boundaries from different countries and trade rules are starting to come into play. that are making it more difficult. And I spoke with Apalu here on island. One of the things that he said is that when we had the canoe, it was a community-owned resource. And now with the fiberglass boat, somebody paid for that boat, and so it's one person. And so when he goes out, burns his gas, and uses his boat, how do you share everything that comes out of that? One person obviously put a substantial more into it, and it's a bit of a conundrum within some of the islands of how to actually deal with it. Luckily, at this point, gas isn't available year round, and so usually at several points in the year, the canoe has to be put away, and the traditional voyage, the proa or the outrigger comes back out, and things tend to slide back to where they were. But traditional boat building was really falling by the wayside, and since in Micronesia since 1969, there's been a little bit of a resurgence. And it started in 1969 when the seeds for a voyage that developed from an idea was realized with a canoe doing a round trip from Satwal to Saipan using nothing but traditional seafaring methods. And that occurred in 1971. And it marked a bit of a turn point, or did mark a turn point. And since then, there's been somewhat of a renaissance going on because this trip was a trip that hadn't been done in 150 years. The chants, everything that had been passed down from master navigator to the master navigator, all the way, even though that voyage hadn't been done in 150 years, was still valid. And it's very remarkable that, in my mind, that was able to occur. And so things have been lost in the past. And when we look at this drawing here, the flying proa, this is a canoe that was built in the Marianas. But canoe building in the Marianas have been halted for nearly 400 years of colonization. The drawing that we're looking at is a drawing that was commissioned by Commodore Anson in 1748. And the drawing itself was done by Lieutenant Piercy Brett, who made this drawing from a completely disassembled canoe. And so there's some artists' understanding here to put this boat together in drawing form. And because there were none existing, this has become the drawing that's most readily assumed to be correct and reproducible for the Sackman and for the other Marianas canoes. And one of the things I'd like to point out that is, this is correct, and it goes through several of the canoes, but the type of understanding of technologies and the craftsmanship that went into these canoes, and we can look at the big red arrow I'm trying to point out from looking down on a plane view to the canoe, that it is an asymmetrical canoe. The wind on an outrigged sailing canoe is always on the outrigger side of the canoe. The canoes actually shunt. They don't tack, as you see in a monohull. And when we look at the shape of the hull, it's actually a wind shape. That canoe gets lifted to the weather side as it moves through the water. And that's a very complex design feature, and it's one that only came about in the last century and that we see every day in airplanes, previously unknown to Western cultures. Another that comes from the drawing is the mast strut, and it's not seen. The Marianas canoe had a mast strut according to Anson's drawings, and that's not seen in the other canoes. It's assumed that possibly that strut is valid here because most of the sailing on the Marianas Islands is north and south. So it's longitudinal sailing. If you're a sailor, you'd understand that it's beam reaching up north to the islands and then down south to the islands. And so it could quite easily, support that type of strength, or provide that type of strength that would be desirable to have in beam reaching. when you look at and you talk to other canoe builders, they have concern over potentially jibing the canoe, the sail coming around to the weather side of the boat because of a squirrely sea, or for some reason, you lost your helm. And that would put you in a very, very difficult situation with this type of a structure. So it's controversial, and it puts some controversy in assuming that drawings are giving you accuracy. And when we compare that, this is a Carolinian rig canoe, and we can see that this is all supported. The mast is all supported by lines. There is no solid structure from the outrigger. And again, the outrigger is always on the weather side, the windward side of the boat. We're looking at a Marshallese canoe here, and it has numerous lines supporting, but it gives a full ability for that mast to be canted fore or aft without that structural piece holding the mast up. Another design item that's in the Anson canoe is this perfectly straight outrigger line and 3 heavy beams that run out. And comparatively, I have on the left side, the yellow boat is a Carolinian canoe, and you can see that it's quite light in its structure. And part of the reason for that is that if the canoe takes on water, the crew will get out on the outrigger and actually submerge the outrigger and dump the water out of the canoe and let the outrigger come back up. And that would be extremely difficult to do on a Sackman style of canoe. And so there's several reasons why I think that there's a lot of room for study, both from an archaeological or anthropological point of view, but also from a naval architecture point of view. When you do 3D modeling, all of the data is there that can be plugged into naval architectural software. You can 3D print models. You could run them in a flume tank and check and see what their design characteristics offered in terms of being a wetted surface. And it's a historical accurate, correct document. And so I'm hoping to get to this. This is what you're looking at now is the points cloud. And so once you've taken all of your photos, and on this particular picture here, there would have been about 300, I think there was 390 frames. And it turned out when processed and aligned to 199,425 points. And yeah, 395. So this is a 20-foot Carolinian canoe. This part of the process, it took about 45 minutes to do, to process in the software. Once you get through the cloud and you trim off some of the excess and process for texture, this is what you come out with. I'm probably going to have to change my frame. I wanted to get to Sketchfab and show you some, but I think I'm going to have a problem with doing that right now. I'm going to try. Are you still seeing the slideshow?
Yes, we are.
Okay. So I need to switch. How about now? Can you see the proa?
We can see your screen. Yeah, we can see it now. Fantastic.
Okay. So this is what you come out with after the texture and complete modeling of the Pro itself. You come out with this type of rendering, which is very good for looking at a visual outreach, or for museums, for illustration, for just in general taking a look at the canoe itself. Now I'm going to stop sharing that, and I'm going to try to move one more step. How about now? Can you see the models?
Yes, we can.
Cool. Okay. And so when I open here, this is a Sackman. And while the last view was as an animation, this is actually a 3D model. And it's what you can get to actually take a look at. And so when I spoke of the Saxman having the heavier structure on the outrigger comparatively, we can see here, just what that is, what it entails. And to this is the one that I had showed you with the point cloud. And so in we should be back to the PowerPoint.
We are. Thank you very much.
And so the other information that can come out of it is the finer details of each of the components of the canoe itself. I did show you the one in animation. And so in summary, the intent in trying to promote 3D photogrammetry of traditional boat building is that traditional boat builders are doing it through oral history, through information that's been passed down generation to generation. They don't have templates. There are no drawings. There are no lines, no lofting techniques used in any way or shape. So when the canoe is gone and the boat builder is gone, nothing remains. And the importance, I think, of 3D photogrammetry can be that it can capture historical canoes before they're gone. And it can help us share the knowledge of the construction and some of the very unique components like the asymmetrical hull and how it works. A comparison of canoes that would be designed for longitudinal sailing versus latitudinal sailing. There are probably a lot of intricacies in there that could be captured through naval architecture software that we're missing. I mean, we missed the airplane wing until the 1900s, but it was in use out here in the Western Pacific for millennia. And so and finally, it can provide a record for regionally distinct canoes across the Asian Pacific, for cultural heritage outreach, for museum, for design studies, and just for future generations. It would be very helpful to be able to put together a database for academics and builders. And I think that that's where the value would be, is to be able to find a home for a database that 3D photogrammetry and all of the attributes that come with it could be housed at. So thank you very much for listening. I apologize for the difficulties in getting the screens up.
Thank you so much.
actually, you have nothing to apologize for. Demonstrated the wonders of technology and what this can offer to us. So thank you so much. Hang around for us. We have definitely got questions for you, but at the moment we are going to try and get in our dark horse, Cliff, and see whether we can bring him in and see his PowerPoint at the same time. So
Great.
thanks, Clifton.
Thank you.
Cliff, do we have you?
You've got me, but I don't think you've got my PowerPoint. Somehow it's just not going through. We've tried several options and nothing seems to be working. I do apologize to everybody for this. Oh, hang on. No. Okay. It doesn't look like it. Do you want me to talk you through it or
We would love you to talk us through it. You know,
Okay.
your research and your insights are what's important here. The pictures, they can add to that, but we can have you speak as a keynote on another day. But please tell us.
Okay, so the title, sorry. The title is the Barbari Habeshi, Uncovering African Maritime Traditions in the Indian Ocean World. These are two terms that come up quite regularly in terms of local oral history in the western basin of the Indian Ocean. They also turn up in various sources, literary sources, going back quite some time. But I think what really caught my eye as a historical geographer was I tried to map the places where a particular kind of amphorae called the Ayla Aksum amphorae. These amphorae were thought to have originally come from Aksum, which is the area of what is now Eritrea stroke Ethiopia, a bit of an area of conflict, because they were found in such abundance inland. But subsequently, the actual kiln that produced them was found in the area of Jordan, Israel, and in Aqaba. And also other finds of this particular type of amphorae were found in places like Palmyra. But the most interesting recent finds have been in places like the Black Asaka shipwreck, which is in the Dalek Islands, which are just off the Eritrean coast. And there have also been some findings in Yemen and in India. So what I was trying to do, having mapped these locations out, was trying to see what possible connections they could be. And we know that these amphorae date from around about the 2nd century BC. But beyond that, what else do we actually know? And how would they be tied into Africa or the Red Sea trading network and the wider Indian Ocean network? And it's a recent discovery that I'm sure a lot of people on this have heard of a cave called Site 6, the Hawk Cave in Socotra. Socotra is an island just off the northeast tip of East Africa, or the Horn of Africa. It's also the first encounter if you were coming from India on the monsoons heading towards the Gulf of Aden. And in this cave were several things were found, including inscriptions in Ge'ez, which is the Ethiopian language, as well as in Arabic, and also a depiction of a vessel. Now, we can't say whose vessel it was, but that particular inscription has been dated to the 2nd century. So it's kind of one of those things where you think, well, could this vessel be the sort of vessel that was transporting this amphorae, probably bringing wine from the Mediterranean through the Levant, down the Red Sea, and across the Indian Ocean, and certainly bringing the wine up into the highlands of Ethiopia, which were by then becoming Christian. and hence wine used in Christian ceremonies. Now, I had also had a modern map of a number of places there, but we won't go into that. But moving on from the 5th to the 17th century, we don't have the amphorae as artifacts in that particular area, but what we do have is the rise of the Aksumite kingdom to become the most important Christian kingdom at that particular period of time. There were, however, 3 other Christian kingdoms along the Nile in what is now the Sudan. And these kingdoms traded with Aksum and through Aksum into the Indian Ocean. So you'd have things like textiles working their way all the way into the Nile Valley and then all the way down the Nile into Egypt. The other point that I thought was quite interesting is that the Dalek Islands, the very place where we find both the amphorae and a shipwreck, are also, unfortunately, not much is left of the ship itself, so we don't have anything to go on by, is also an area which was very, very early exposed to Islam. Muhammad, the Prophet himself, took refuge in Ethiopia. And so there was a special agreement between the Ethiopians and the early Islamic armies. But Islam took hold on these islands, the Dalek Islands, and some of the earliest mosques were built there. They were built using fresh Porites coral that was hacked out of the sea, something that we would not recommend today, which was used as a packing material for building. But most importantly, some varieties of Porites coral were brought out of the sea, and while they were still fairly soft, were carved quite intricately. And these intricately carved corals were then placed in the sun to dry and were used as an ornamentation for important buildings. Now, very soon after that, around about the 6th to the 10th century, we start seeing these artifacts appearing in East Africa, but even at places like Henan Island in China. So clearly, these artifacts from the Red Sea area were being carved and moved across the oceans. The current historical idea is that Islam came from the Gulf or came from Bengal, came from southern India, and of course it could have come from all of these regions and spread to Southeast Asia. But there is evidence that it could have come from another direction, and that's from the Red Sea. After all, the holy cities of Islam are not in the Persian Gulf, but they're actually beside the Red Sea, Mecca, Medina, and the port of Jeddah. Oral history talks about a group of people who lived in the area that we now call northern Somalia and Djibouti, who were called the Barbari. And there was a Barbari sheikh who is said to have brought Islam to several places in the Indian Ocean, the Maldives being one of them, and another one being Sri Lanka. And there are several places in Sri Lanka that actually resonate with the idea of somebody coming from the Horn of Africa rather than from the Persian Gulf and bringing Islam with them. And the early 13th century was a period where the tradition of the Aksumites actually was transferred from the part of Eritrea and sort of northern Ethiopia to the Somali coast. So we have this maritime tradition that's moving down the coast of the Red Sea, out of the Red Sea and into the Gulf of Aden. And I think I would say a lot of people have seen an image. It's quite a popular manuscript image of a medieval sailing ship in the Arabian Gulf, and actually on the sails itself there are Africans as well as through the little portholes. So you have images of Africans on ships, but the people that are actually in charge of the ships, and in that particular image, he's shown larger than life to kind of show his importance, is distinctively not African and probably more Indian because he has an actual top knot on his head. Oral tradition by visitors, which we heard about earlier on, people like Idrisi and people like Ibn Battuta mention these Habshis, which is another word for Ethiopians, and the existence of Islamic states in the northern part of Somalia. And in fact, Ibn Battuta encountered these Habshis along the coast of India and off the coast of Sri Lanka as crewmen on Arab and Indian vessels. What is less certain is whether they actually existed in the same capacity in the Bay of Bengal and in Southeast Asia. With the arrival Portuguese in the 16th century, actually Portuguese sailors, having got to India, didn't see fit to work on ships anymore. They'd had this long journey from Europe and they could make profits in local trading. Why sail on ships all the way to Japan and China? And so these ships actually took on these African sailors, these Habeshi, and it's these Africans that we see on the Namban Bonyu, the Namban screens in Japan. It's the same Africans. The Portuguese also describe these Ethiopians as having facial markings, which exist today. They're called a nikisat, and they're tattoos that differentiate between Muslim, Jewish, and Christian Ethiopians. And Linschoten in the 16th century mentions them in India. And in fact, by the 17th century, these Ethiopians had actually carved a colony for themselves called Habsan between Bombay and Goa. And their hold of that part of the coast of India was so strong that it took the Portuguese, the British, the Dutch at one point, and even local Indian sultanates to try and shift them. So, coming to my conclusion on this, we've often wondered why the predominant school of Islam in the Indian Ocean world, that is Eastern Africa, Southeast Asia, and the sort of Kerala coast of India, is the Shafi school of Islam. Now, this Shafi school of Islam is also the school of Islam that exists in northern Somalia. So, why is it that we keep hearing about Islam being introduced from Bengal or from Gujarat or the Gulf when the predominant school in this vast region, Indonesia, Malaysia, etc., is actually a school of Islam that exists in Northeast Africa? And I would add something else to that. There's a board game called Mancala, or Bao as it's known in East Africa. It's a board with holes in it, and you move your beads or seeds, or very often in the Indian Ocean, cowrie shells between each hole, and you try and capture your opponent's cowrie shells. Now, this game is very complex. In Ethiopia, there are 16 hole boards. But then when you get to Southeast Asia, that gets reduced to 4 rows or 2 rows, maybe of 8 holes each. But again, this board game is roughly in the same area that we had the spread of the Shafi school of Islam. So my theory, if you like, is to suggest that Islam Asia, not just from Africa.
And, you know, we should not be surprised then today when we hear about the existence of Somali pirates. They're just continuing a maritime tradition that's 2,000 years old. And I'm going to stop there. And I do apologize for not having any images.
Cliff, thank you so much. I know exactly how you felt, and I think you have done an absolutely spectacular job of using your words to convey the visuals that we didn't get to see in your PPT. So, like, thank you so much. Actually, to you and to all of our speakers. Now, I know that there are going to be some questions, but I first just wanted to kind of recap a little bit on what we've heard today. I think you've all met the brief. Every single one of our speakers today gave us different perspectives on contemporary cultures and their materials through observation, ethnographic analogies that have bridged space and time, and even have taken us into the future with the 3D reporting techniques. Veronica's talked about supernatural powers of the boats being drawn from the trees and from the boat builders as being shaman. Ying Ying's talked about her investigation of the Tanka sampan through modern oral history and the application of boat reporting. Austin has taken that into the future with low-cost, high-technology applications that can be taken into the field everywhere by everyone. And what I love is actually, Cliff, by having you at the end, you have managed to kind of bring us right around this one ocean of ours. It is the ocean decade. We are desperately trying to consider the science we want for the one ocean we need, and you have really brought the Middle East and East Africa across the Indian Ocean, and we've managed to join that up not only with what we're seeing in China, but also in the Pacific. So thank you. I want to open the floor for questions. It's entirely up to our audience as to whether or not you would like to pop it in the question box, or you would like to unmute yourself and ask that in person. I see Austin's had a compliment on his 3D model from Rick Chan. Hi, Rick. I will give you guys a moment to think about what you would like to do, and while we kind of wait for the technology and the questions to catch up with us, I'd like to go straight to Ying Ying, if I may. And Ying Ying, I loved your presentation. You know, I have a soft spot for traditional boats, and I'm learning about kind of the Chinese maritime culture in the modern day. But I wanted to come back and ask about the baiban. So if you want to show your face and I can speak to you directly, I wanted to ask if I understood correctly. I was helping Cliff with some issues at the time, but when you were speaking about the baiban, is it correct that there aren't any surviving examples either in use or as extant archaeological remains?
I mean, as far as I know, and according to the Tanka people I've spoken to.
We can see you. Fantastic.
Can you hear me?
Yes, hear you and see you. It's amazing.
Thank you. Good. So there is no baiban existed anymore. So the reason why he's mentioning this kind of boat is because when I asked him in the question in a way like, can you give me a criteria or a definition on how you understand what is sampan to you? And that's why he showed this example, like because they use any kind of material, any kind of construction, as long as it's quick and efficient to build up a boat. So he showed me the baiban, and unfortunately he told me it's no longer existing. Maybe there is some existence, but we'll have to do some more research.
Well, it's interesting because your answer brings me to my second question, and I'm waiting for the audience to make some blue dots appear in the question box. So I'll run with my second question, and that is the origin of the actual word sampan. Like we talked today about, well, you talked today about the characters of Baiban and what they mean and how. And I'm learning this through learning Chinese too, is how these are visual depictions that represent the way that people saw the world, and in this case, you know, the Baiban. So I wonder about sampan. I've heard stories that, you know, it originates from Cantonese or Guangdonghua for the three planks. But is that true? And is there a more scientific rationale for that name?
Well, I think I'm with you. I believe that's originated from initially literally three planks, and that's san ban. It's kind of transliteration way of naming it. So I think maybe I don't know when the English name sampan was introduced, but I guess it's when the Westerners have seen this kind of boat being used in China and some other parts of Asian countries. They started to know there is this kind of type existed, and how they're going to produce this word, it should be taken from like the original language. And I think they start like the people who are using sampan, they started to build these kind of boats from very simple three planks, and then later the construction can be more complicated, and additional process might be needed, but the fundamental building method won't change, I believe.
And we can almost see that with your Baiban, because although it's not one and two as each strake, you've actually got that kind of extended lower
Yeah,
push.
yeah, exactly.
And you've just made me realize, of course, it would be sanban, not sanpan. So again, that's another culture interpreting what they're hearing from the culture in which these boats are built and spoken about. So thank you very much. I was absolutely delighted with your presentation, and despite all of the confusion, very glad we got you here and we all got to see that. So thank you very much.
It's my great pleasure.
Do we have any other questions from the floor? Come on, I thought these guys were incredibly interesting today. We are still silent in the question box, so I wanted to sneakily then go to Veronica, if I may. I think this is more of an observation, perhaps, rather than a question, because I loved the way that you were able to, I guess, retell the story of the traditional process of making the Kamai boats in a way that I have not seen anyone else do before, and particularly that ability to take what is this newly made canoe and the style of that, and to overlay it with the carvings that we are seeing. But I wanted to ask you, because I haven't seen it, do you know if there are still any traditional boat builders following this process today, or are we losing that?
Well, first I have to say that I am just taking what Hok Chen Sini did, who is I haven't seen his work elsewhere, but he did record for a paper that he wrote. He recorded boat building practices in Cambodia already in 2001. I haven't seen anything else done later. And he did stop short from talking about how that would inform us about Angkorian nautical technology. So I thought that was a little bit of a disappointment, because I would have loved to see what he had to say, because he's actually Khmer. So it's always nice to see what they make up of their own histories and stories. So, but that didn't happen. So I had to take up that task, and I when I started off doing this work was already in 2007, 2008, and when I started doing my ethnographic work, I realized that there's not that many dugouts, and there's various reasons why that it's not it, and it has to do both with the loss of resources. Of course, there's not that many big logs that you can use now for larger boats made from raised dugouts, so a single plank and doing the raised dugouts. And you can find this because there's someone who runs the Living with Heritage project in Cambodia. He's also Khmer, and he has been documenting photographically and uploading this on the Facebook page of the project, different traditions that happened all over Cambodia. And in the Sen River, he actually documented the boat building of a dugout, and he was very kind in sharing the images with me and allowing me to use them. And so there are some construction still being done, but they seem to be mostly for the construction of the race boats for the water festival. So they are connected to donations that are made to pagodas who sponsor this event, and then that's how they work. And these boats are then revered. Once they have done the racing, they're put into the sheds to protect them from the sun. In some instances, like the picture that I showed, they remove the eyes and they put the eyes on a different shrine. Sometimes they cannot keep the whole boat. They will take out the prow, because the prow is like an added feature, and that's where I didn't mention the snake and the crocodile, but that's where the snake and the crocodile take place. Like the bows are designed with a 3-point design that seems to mimic the head of a snake. And so it's assumed that the boat has the spirit of the Naga, and so that is that section sometimes is removed and kept right next to the shrine, so they can do that. But the rest of the boats, there's a lot of change that has been happening. So there's a lot of plank vessels now that have the same form, and if not, then we go into new materials like fiberglass and things like that. So
Remember, I think the loss of the tradition is really something that I would love to see prevented. But I don't know if our Sri Lankan colleagues are in this session, but I remember after the tsunami in 2002, when we were there again in 2004, pretty much all the timber canoes had gone and they'd been replaced with fiberglass, because not only had the canoes been lost, but the tools and the resources to make them. And it was almost like this one, well, it was a hugely catastrophic event, but in that event, one of the unexpected disasters was the wholesale loss of this traditional breeding.
Yep, that has happened.
And that not to happen in Cambodia. It sounds like there's more work for people to keep doing on that one. And thank you. I loved your presentation. Cliff's hiding, but I know he did too. He sent me a short message about that. And I've just seen Pruk pop up in the chat and say that Thailand also has various types of sampan used in the river. So it makes sense that similar environmental conditions would prompt the production of similar styles of boats. But there is nobody else with a question in the chat, and I think that's a little bit disappointing. So I give you 30 seconds to ask something else, and then or ask a question of each other. Yes, please.
I do have a question for Ying Ying, because now that books are saying that there's sampans in the rivers, there's one of my favorite boats of Southeast Asia are the cascos from the Pasig River. And I was looking at the pictures that you showed, and I mean, of course, the awning is very similar to the ones you even find in ancient, like 19th century and early 20th century photographs of Mekong River fishing vessels, or just houseboats. But the ones in the Pasig River, they really did remind me of at least the way that they had this like triple layered sort of like roofs, and then the way that they sort of like share their thing. I don't know whether you've come across any sort of like idea whether like there's like a transfer or similar just development, or I mean, it really blew my mind. I really enjoyed your presentation. Thank you.
question. Ying, have you any thoughts on that for us?
Thank you so much. Yeah, because I think it's quite, it's kind of referring to the theme of this session, like in the mind of the boat builders, because like you can think about when people are facing the similar environment or similar needs. So the technique or like the way of solving this kind of problems will be quite similar. So this kind of awning is like, because it's kind of multi-use boat. So when, for example, sometimes they need more air or they need more lights, the awning can be like drawback. So there is more exposed space. But when it's raining a lot, then it can be extended to cover the boat. So yeah, that's the beauty of the technology.
Of people in different cultures trying to address the same environmental issue in similar ways. It feels like there might be some further collaborative research to be done on that one, and actually looking at the comparisons between Cambodia, Thailand, and China. Oh, thank you very much. Vera, did that answer your question?
No, I'll have to follow up with Jinning. So no, but because obviously it's not an easy question, but I'll have to follow her work and see what she's doing. I'm very excited about what she's doing. So
Absolutely, and I know we have at least one slightly camera shy audience member. And what I would hope in this session is that we all are super supportive, and it doesn't matter if there's limited expertise, that we can actually learn from each other. So don't be afraid to ask questions. I leave that hanging there for a minute to see if we do get a bite, and if not, I just want to jump to Austin then, because I thought that, I guess, the connection between Veronica and Ying's and your talk, it just seemed to flow really well together for me, because we're having these boats from being built and the traditions. We're starting to see kind of the lost tradition in the Baiban, and how someone is starting to kind of piece that back together, like the plans and then the rendering of that based on this oral history. And then we have gone to you, Austin, where you're actually taking existing models and rapidly recording those. So I wonder if you have applied this technique to anything other than the canoes, like more complex traditional watercraft, and if so, had any challenges with that?
I have. I've done some World War II Japanese tanks, and I've been looking at doing some landscape, actually, looking at underwater landscape for a conservation organization here, and be able to set up a baseline of what the ecosystem is, how large the biomass is, so that each year can go back and measure. So there's numerous applications for it. I think the big thing that I've found with it, when I started looking more and more, I mean, I'm a boat person, and I've loved boats all my life. But when I started looking at, like, even in Yap State, there used to be 7 different types of canoes in Yap, and 3 of those types, there's no boat builder would know how to build them. It's been so long, it's been well over 100 years since they're historically they're known, but it's been well over 100 years since any of them have been built. And when I've talked to boat builders from Yap, they basically say, we don't know how to build that. And when I was speaking on the Anson drawing and the Sackman, it's very much a forensic process that's going on, from looking at a 3D drawing which may or may not be 100% correct, and trying to build boats, you know, from that to get culture back, and you know, to be able to pass it on and try to get that whole culture that comes from that lived experience that comes from being raised in a canoe house and taking all that information that's being passed down. But there are data gaps already, and when we see, even when we were talking about you know, in Thailand, when the I think it was it might have been Ying Ying or yourself that brought up about the tsunami that wiped out all the boats, and they've been replaced now with fiberglass. But that could be a phase. It's just that if that phase turns around and people want to get back to, try to get back to, you know, what their culture actually did, the amazing things that came out of it, the information could be gone. And I think 3D photogrammetry can help, you know. I've talked to boat builders here, and I've said, have you ever taken lines off their boats? And none of them, of course, have. So a generation or two down, their great grandchildren, they might see pictures of their boats, but they you know, they won't have all the information on what it was that the canoe builder, the heart and soul that he put into it, what it was he was trying to achieve as he crafted that boat.
It feels like almost now is the time, right? We've been stuck in this.
I believe, yeah.
It's better in some places and worse in others, and that swings. But I think the one thing it's taught me is really made me revisit who I am and what's important. And I think that, and we're all living more simply with the use of technology. So I'm getting the sense here that there might be some future experimental archaeology that needs to happen with the support of the University of Guam, Bill, where we take the initiative with what's already available now and start working with that so that the gaps don't get bigger, and maybe in time
Certainly
close those.
Yeah.
But look, thank you so much.
Thank you for hosting.
I see that we are almost 5 minutes to time, which I didn't think would happen today. So with no more questions in the chat box, I would like to ask you all to join with me in thanking our wonderful speakers today who have taken us on a journey around the globe and revisiting ancient cultures through modern materials and vice versa. And we'll hand it back to the staff in readiness for the final session of the day. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Professor Word. For the final session 3, we have the sustainable development of underwater cultural heritage in Asia Pacific region, and we have only one presenter here, and that is Dr. Alvaro. Dr. Alvaro, are you here?
Hello, yeah, I'm here. Good morning or afternoon. My name is Elena Perez Alvaro, and I am a researcher for the Institute for Coastal and Marine Research at Nelson Mandela University. Unfortunately, none of the speakers who initially sent their abstracts before COVID were able to reschedule the representation. As a consequence, I am the only one presenting in this session 3, Sustainable Development of Underwater Heritage in the Asia Pacific region. I'm going to share now my screen. I hope you can all see it. Today, I'm going to talk about the possibility of including consulting companies as advocates of underwater cultural heritage in the process of marine spatial planning. I will be very brief. The ocean are an integrated space for a variety of human uses and is perceived and used by its various actors. Oceans provide not only fish and other food resources for humans, but they also provide migration and transport routes, clean energy, and tourist platforms, among other things. Though workers and artisanal fishers, as well as artists who use the sea as a source of inspiration, they are all valid users of the ocean. The ocean contribute to human welfare, including through an economic value estimated to be in the range of $1.5 trillion per year. As we can see, humans have been very successful at exploiting the oceans. For that, it is difficult to balance the oceans as an open access resource to be exploited by anyone within the limits for sustainability. The ocean shapes and is shaped by social and physical processes, and the uses may conflict. The blue economy model is an emerging concept which encourages better stewardship of our ocean or blue resources. The blue economy model aims for improvement of human well-being and social equity, while significantly reducing environmental risk and ecological scarcities. Basically, it is the sustainable use of oceans resources for economic growth, improve livelihoods and jobs while preserving the health of ocean ecosystems. However, the blue economy model has rarely had into consideration underwater cultural heritage. Marine spatial planning has been created as an essential tool for managing the use and preservation of the marine environment. It requires a process to allocate a space for some specific use so it can avoid other users' conflict. The marine spatial planning is under development in over 66 countries, 44 of the nation's marine waters, encompassing 6 continents and 4 ocean basins, including the Pacific. The main conflict in marine spatial planning is that evaluating which groups have more urgent needs than others may be based on their power and not on their needs. Marine spatial planning can avoid user conflicts, but it can also lead to an increased conflict potential. Planning and assigning these areas means prioritizing some uses over others. In the case of underwater cultural heritage, the field is misrepresented. Underwater cultural heritage has been poorly, if at all, addressed in most marine spatial planning attempts for a set of physical, economic, social, and political reasons. However, the development of marine activities threats underwater cultural heritage in many different ways. In fact, there are many activities that have the potential to be directly harmful to the underwater cultural heritage, including all construction reaching the seabed, all installation making use of the seabed, certain fishing techniques, military defense exercises, and activities and human interference directed to underwater cultural heritage. There are also other activities that might be indirectly affect submerged cultural assets, including fossil extraction, marine transport, all kinds of activities that threaten marine resources in case of technological disaster, as an example, oil spills, or pollution deriving from marine and land-based activities, such as marine litter. Marine heritage consultancies provide archaeological advice and guidance to marine industry and developers. They navigate between the relevant legislative planning and licensing needs, the potential impacts that the planned activities can have on heritage assets, and the interests of the industries. They need to offer impartial advice from the first planning of activities to the final point of construction. They also need to examine onshore requirements For instance, as trucks may be delivered material through the coast, creating an impact on the historical as well as natural environment. Consulting companies need to create environmental impact assessment, which include for archaeological discoveries. They need to be multidisciplinary teams to reduce the possibility of adverse financial impacts for the client, as well as adverse impacts for the underwater cultural heritage. Development and construction activities onshore and offshore subject to restriction due to the protection of marine or land archaeological remains. It requires a process of negotiation between developers and local and national authorities willing to preserve the underwater heritage. This is what consulting companies are for. For instance, in the case of offshore wind farms, the construction companies have explore the best way to set up the wind turbines with a minimum seabed disturbance. So the consulting company will make them pay for all kinds of sea exploration. If there is a potential of finding archaeological remains on the place where the works are planned to take place, the clients will need to pay for archaeological survey, taking pictures and photos of the seabed. Where developers are undertaking marine surveys as part of the development using geophysical, geotechnical, or visual techniques, for instance, it is advantageous for the methodologies and techniques employed to be approved by heritage consultants as being appropriate for an archaeological investigation. The potential for additional survey costs that this may entail is likely to be offset by reduction in the risk of having to resurvey areas when there is archaeological potential. Marine spatial planning creates better chances for the underwater cultural heritage to receive more attention in terms of protection and management. Oh, sorry. However, it is necessary to find different ways to highly prioritize underwater cultural heritage stakeholders compared to other marine economic activities and resources when planning in the sea. The role of consulting companies is dealing with ethical issues in terms of marine cultural heritage management, applying legal protocols to create bridges between use and preservation, working across sectors. They can become advocates, representative of underwater cultural heritage in the process, since underwater cultural heritage stakeholders are usually poorly represented in the process, just few resources risking to be ignored. I am happy to answer any question that you may have.
Hi, Elena. I'm going to just jump right in. I don't know if you can see or or hear me. It looks beautifully warm in South Africa. I'm sitting here freezing at the moment, so you're making me very jealous. I really liked your presentation, and I wanted to ask you if there is something that you think that should be done differently to the standard kind of EIA/archaeological heritage consulting model. Like, what is it that, let me reframe, where it exists, what is it that we're missing?
I think the problem is that the businesses, let's say this way, they are very compartmentalized set. So archaeology seems to work in a different way, consulting companies a different way, researchers in a different way, and I don't think there is like a common forum to all of them to speak and say, well, I am archaeologist. I want to take this, an underwater archaeologist. I want to take this project. How can companies help? How can, so I think there is a little bit of miscommunication between the different, let's say this way, business or the different actors of underwater cultural heritage. So me before as an underwater archaeologist, I didn't have any idea what consulting companies were doing. And in fact, they have, of course, they have better technology and the clients pay for it. So they don't mind to spend any money on more photographs of the seabed or more models of shipwrecks. So I think communicating will be ideal.
And I promise you, I'm not laughing at you. I just laughed at the comment that the clients like to pay, because sometimes they do not, and that
No,
is
they don't.
can cause the problem. You know, when if there is a framework for this, and I apologize to any of my former clients in the room, but there's always this opportunity cost, isn't there? They want the best. They want the outcome that they want, which is generally is a private outcome, and we're dealing with archaeology or cultural heritage, which is a public good. And I
completely
you that there's a communication disconnect, and I think also, you know, we may be responsible for some of that, because it's very difficult to communicate to a client that's over time and over budget that there's a benefit in spending more time and more money to report something in more detail, or to excavate that fully and to pay for conservation, curation and long-term display, when they just want their building up now, or their wind farm in now, or their oil and gas facility installed. So I do wonder if it is a matter of communication, or whether it is a matter of communication, but whether sometimes the archaeologists are their own worst enemy, because we communicate to each other really well about what's possible, but we don't necessarily get that through to the decision makers who have the money to spend, and show them that there's validity in doing this, validity in spending more time, more money. You know, that the soft output in terms of saving that, or that public output in terms of saving that culture, however that saving or protecting is done, and the public appreciation and enjoyment of that can actually add value rather than just be a spend. I liked your presentation, and I'd like to
I completely agree.
Because it's definitely, you know, I've been a community archaeologist, and I think, like Bill, you have too. You've been a government archaeologist where you're regulating this. You've been a consultant, and you've come around into kind of research. And I think one of the benefits of research in academia is potential impact. And this is something that needs to be invested in so that we can have impacts, and, you know, in potentially reorganizing this kind of consultant client heritage model. So well done for tackling it, and thank you.
Thank you. So I think there are no more questions, so I will pass it into the host. Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you very much for the question. And thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you everyone for attending this conference. I would first like to thank Professor Ward and Professor Jeffrey for their impressive MC skills. This conference will not be the same without your support, and I would like to thank the presenting professors by making their research studied research, make it in an easy to way make it in a very easy to understand way, so that even those attendees that are not in the field of archaeology or anthropology could easily understand their points. Fortunately, this is only the first day of our conference. We always have tomorrow. And hopefully we hope that the attendees will also have a very inspiring experience on the second day of our conference. So we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, everyone.